Heard of that
Stuff
one.
like that is cooler.
Hello!
Good morning, Julia. It's me, Joe. Hi, Frankie. He's like the stream. Hi, Frankie. What's up? She's coming on the table. Don't step on the keyboard. This, I got this like very small $8 keyboard the other week. And And you know, it's nice and small, but it has like the constitution of a matzah, a piece of matzah bread. Why can't I get my kid's hair to lift beyond 7 or 8? If it's dark, if it's like dark, you probably have to do multiple sessions. Is it even? And how long is it? And what are you using? Any thoughts, Frankie? Any thoughts, baby? No. No thoughts right now. Oh no. It's evenly... Oh, super thick in shoulder length. Hey, Daily. She's right here on the table. Did you bleach it one time? Using Bond Bar and Iron products, 20 volume developer. You probably... Well, what was your starting level? Especially if it's like longer hair, darker hair. Just once, yeah. I would... It depends on the directions, but what I would do... First of all, I would get Olaplex. Olaplex #1 to put in the lightener. I would do a test strand, depending on how like strong their hair feels. Okay, here. This is what I'll do. Whoa. Sorry, I have to hold the mic. Frankie's in the way. Hey, Firestone. Espresso, dark brown, not quite. But oh, she wants to go pastel lavender. That's not gonna happen. That's just not gonna happen. That's the in order for it to be pastel lavender, you have to make it essentially white. So she's got to pick a different color. Like you would have to bleach it the lightest possible color, and then you have to tone away the yellow, and then you have to put the pastel on top of already white hair. No, you can't. You can only tone on the tone. Like you can't make it any lighter than it is. Like it'll just cancel it out and make it like a beige blonde. Silver hair, yes. Silver hair, pastel hair, because since yellow and purple cancel each other out. So like when your hair is darker, you're lifting it. If the hair is red, you need to cancel out with green. If it's in the orange range, you cancel out with blue. And then as it gets lighter into yellow, it cancels out with purple. You know, wherever it is in between, it has to like, you have to like work with where it's at exactly. But so like the more cool it is, the more it has to be like completely canceled out. Hey Vodka. Hey Puddle. I'm gonna say also that if you want a cool tone or silver, like these things, you have to refresh it every time you wash your hair. It doesn't matter, you know, what products. Like some products are way better than others, but I don't think that it's possible. Like I think it would be pastel cool tones are impossible unless you are like doing it very carefully for real and professionally in a way that I can't, like, you know, I can't tell like the what the hair feels like, but I'll tell you that it's definitely not gonna be purple, like pale purple at all. You know, you could end up with just kind of like a dishwater color. I don't want to process. Yeah, no. Yeah, you have to pick a new color. I wouldn't do, but I would do you can do a standalone Olaplex too. If you have like Olaplex #1, you can there's like a proportion of Olaplex to water that you can put in a tint bottle. And then you like take like dry clean hair, just completely you know, saturate it, put a cap on it, and she can just keep it on her head for a while, and then you put the #2 on. That really helped. That's like when Olaplex was introduced to the industry, that really changed a lot of stuff. Like you could actually do like pastel colors and stuff without people's hair falling off. Blue, black has to be, it depends on how much blue. It has to be, so there are like a couple ways to do things. There are ways where it's like, do you like you could do it in the sense of like having your hair really black and then putting like another layer of blue on top of it, but then it could also just like, it'll also just wash out. It's a lot of different steps and layers and stuff, because you have to think about like, what do you want it to look like now versus longevity versus maintenance. Are you willing to put you know, a colored conditioner on your hair every time you wash it? But yeah, you can a person with black hair can do without destroying their hair, yes. But it depends on like what you want to do. The going darker doesn't have to be damaging to your hair. It's going lighter that the more light you want to go, the harder it is, or more damaging. Because you also, so it's like if someone has really dark hair and you want to like do all this stuff to it, if they're not gonna like maintain it, there's no point in it, you know? Yes, Frankie. But I don't know, maybe she would like maybe like you could do if she wanted like pastel lavender, maybe she would like well, I guess I don't know, I would have to see what it looks like, but more like a, not a cool dark purple, but like You know, I just haven't, I don't even know what's out there. I haven't been in the game for a long time, so and they're like always coming out with new products, so I don't even know what's around these days. But hey, Free Pie, hey, Mobbins. But yeah, hello everyone. Please like the stream, live not top chat. I was thinking, you know, my goal for this stream was to show up, and here I am. And I thought maybe we could watch this OWLISH PISCO conversation that just happened. I think we will have to watch it through JStock's stream though, which will definitely involve some snarking. Oh, and I uploaded episode 4 of The Americans to Patreon. What's the exclusive new info? What, he has new info? I just sent it. I sent him a couple things because he started watching Toastify's video. I've
been a good boy, mama. I've been a good boy, mama.
I sent him that, and I sent him the sex ed video. One of these days, I will give Pimpleton some stuff to react to. Edwin stuff. Oh, new exclusive info? Oh, I don't know. Maybe if it's something else, then if it's new exclusive info, it could be new to him. But the video was good. The video was good. It didn't really, like, you know, didn't really go too much into, like, drama stuff, but I think that's fine. I saw that I believe Nick is watching it. I'm curious as to what he will say, especially at the end, towards the when we get into the minor stuff, because bear in mind, remember, Nicholas Diorio knew about all of the disgusting things and more. How do I know? Because I showed it to him, and I showed it to him when I found it. So when he slept for Edwin, when Edwin was back in the open arms of Xylee and the old commentary cabal, Nick was aware. But someone definitely let me know. And also that fucking deck of cards thing, that's what that's the evidence that Nick ignored and said that there were too many words to see a photograph. But yeah, I don't feel like watching Nick watch it. So anyone, you can, if someone watches it, you let me know if he has any entertaining reactions. Okay. Oh, also, I realized, because, okay, there was like a article somewhere, was it Rolling Stone or something, where Reggie Watts was exposed for just crazy shit. His girlfriend died, basically his fault. It's a lot. But I forget know why, but I came across this Reggie Watts song and I realized, come on, come on. It's taking too long. Why is this so slow? Jar might want that information because he's been going after Nick recently. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care about... To be honest, I don't care about Jar and his bullshit. His, I'm a Muslim now. You know? Toastify was cool because Toastify makes good videos. And Himbleton, I'll give Himbleton a docket of Edwin links someday. No, don't know when. Maybe not anytime soon. Who knows? No promises. But Himbleton is a good reactor. I would give him a docket. I don't care about Jar. He's a loser. His girlfriend, yeah, Reggie Watts. Let me see. Hey, Big Jerry. But yeah, so I found this Reggie Watts song. Now you tell me if this feels familiar to anyone else.
Yo. Word. Adjective. Pronoun.
Listen to
Adverb. Run
the vocals.
And on. Where my gerunds at? Parenthetical. I make references to weaponry. Ancient or new, I wear bulletproof vests for no apparent reason other than to create a false sense of importance, of which I could never retain on my own. I like to create a buffer memory of incredulity, so y'all motherfuckers could never get near to me. I'm a cartoon character. You'll never be able to be like me. Me. I like women. I like women. I like the concept of a woman. I like to take that concept and reduce it to an object. I like to take those objects and put them in my videos. Have them shake their jiggly bits so they looks like hoes. I like to
Tell me, yes or no, does his vocal sound a little like every Mr. Girl song? Hey, Joe. Peter made a video calling the Rolling Stone article a hit piece. I watched someone read the piece and it did not seem like a hit piece at all. It did not. The claim is Reggie Watts pushed people close to him to use ketamine. He was obsessed with her or something. His girlfriend later killed herself. Well, yeah, it was that, but it was more like he would not take it. No, there's like he has a history of not just with her, but with other people, that he doesn't take no for an answer regarding drugs, and he will just give people stuff that high doses that are way too much for them. And but yeah, I wouldn't call that a hit piece. You know what? But does this not sound like Mr. Girl here? Like,
women. I like women. I like the concept of a woman.
Doesn't that sound like a Mr. Girl song? He looks like Mr. Girl. That's also true. Yeah. Which, yeah. So that was interesting. But, so I guess we know where Mr. Girl got his inspiration from. So I don't know. I was clicking around and I heard that part and I was like, oh, weird. But which Peter made a video calling Rolling Stone article a hit piece. I would love to know, actually, everyone, like, that's the, Peter is the, what, his username is just Peter? Which Peter? We probably won't watch this. I don't feel like talking about this today. Or watching this video today. Peter. Peter Coffin? Peter Coffin. Oh, Peter Coffin, you've found me on an interesting day. You have found me on an interesting day, haven't you? Okay, here we go. I will... because I read this already. But thank you. I didn't see it. We have to... I've seen Peter Coffin kick his balls so much. I feel like he likes it. And I don't want to participate in his strange kink. This is, why is it like this? Why is it laid out like this? Okay. All right, well, that's everything wrong with Rolling Stone's hit piece. Okay, hold on. So I will just start off by saying, I've seen Peter, like in, Sunday's chat sometimes. He's like fine, you know, he's been fine there. You know, sometimes seems like a bit pretentious. I know of like something with him and his fake Asian girlfriend or something, and the ball kicking, and I don't remember what else. That's just what when I think of Peter. Fake Asian girlfriend, ball kicking. Yeah, he does seem very insecure, yes. But I think it would be super fucking you know, okay, guys, I'm still a mess, but I feel like I'm getting a little activated. I don't know what this is gonna be. I just want to read the chapters. I'm starting to feel like I'm activating, guys. Reggie Watts is still a thing. He certainly is, Call God. Not only that, we've just discovered that he is the inspiration for all of Mr. Girl's music.
This could never get near to me. I'm a cartoon character. You'll never be able to be like me. I like women. I like women. I like the concept of a woman. I like to take that concept and reduce it to an object. I like to take those objects and put them in my videos. Have them shake their jiggly bits so they looks like hoes. I like to take some car polish.
Tell me that's not like every Mr. Girl song. It proved nothing. Yeah, so yes, Peter Coffin. Let's see. So I don't know where his video will be going. However, I have read this article. So the idea of this being a hit piece is very disturbing to me, because if the actions are accurate and based off of the, seeing Reggie Watts's representation's responses a little bit, that there's no fucking world in which you should be calling this fucking fucked up individual, calling this a hit piece on him. Oh, also there's rape in it too. I totally fucking forgot there's a rape allegation in it as well. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, I just remembered. There's a straight up, like, he has STDs. I think they made it sound like he has herpes, and there was like an agreement. He and a former partner of his or something, he was upfront. I think they always use condoms, and then like she was like leaving one day, and he like stopped her and started having sex with her from behind, and after said something like, "I'm sorry, I just had to know how you feel." And that's when she realized he wasn't wearing a condom. So if that's not a lie, then why the fuck are you calling this a hit piece, Peter? Okay, so hater organ activating. I suppose I should read it aloud first. Please like the stream. Isn't that stealthing? Yes, that is rape. So like they had an agreement to only ever wear condoms, and he just does it, and he's like, "I'm sorry." We'll get there though. Let's see. Peter Coffin. How should it be? Peter Coffin defends alleged rapist Reggie Watts. Question mark. You know what? Let me pee real quick. Oh, and I forgot. I turned off the AC. Let's see. Why does it keep muting? Thank you for 20 months of being a gender person, Sidonia. Thank you for our first Numby. Yes, Kagod. That's what I didn't know. Is that confirmed? I'm very confused about that. But also interesting. I've always had a weird... Like, Peter does give me, like, a weird feeling. So, I don't know. We'll find out. I'll be fair. But I think it's completely reasonable for me to be taken aback by this quote-unquote hit piece. Okay.
long johns on pub went a creeping up to the bottom to the hay. Young lovers with their legs tied up in knots. Young lovers with their legs tied up in knots. With his long tall gun pub went a creeping to blow the hay like their head straight off.
My daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun. You better run, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun. You better run, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun. You better run, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun.
Ooh, psych honors. That's the best.
Mayonnaise Monster tipped $20.
Thank you, Peter, for the $20. So based. Wait, 3. Thank you for the $20 and the 2 numbies, or 3 numbies. Psych Hars is this.
Ooh, psych honors. That's the best.
But it's, you know, I made it into a horror alert, so that's why it's Psych Hars. Hey, Jesse. Okay. Let me put this here. Hey, Hardly Dan. A bit overheated. Let me put on the fan. Oh, you know what? Oh, I'm sorry, Frankie. Okay, okay. Is it getting you? Yeah, you're fine. I moved the fan and then she was like, what the fuck? I didn't realize it was blowing on her. I'm sorry, baby. You have enough room? Oh, well. Sucks to suck. I'm just kidding. She's the best. All right. So, everyone, get your cunt armor on. Let's see. Polymarket has a 35% chance that Peter will show up in chat during this. Good. Maybe he can explain himself. I just feel like if the expose is about this one guy being an abusive piece of shit, and he is, you know, like he actually does terrible things to people, including rape. I think it's weird to call that a hit piece. So before we start watching this Everything Wrong with the Rolling Stones hit piece on Reggie Watts, this video dissects how the media narrative surrounds the Reggie Watts situation.
Cigarette emoji, cat orange whistling.
Thank you so much, Mobbins, for the $5 super chat and the Numby. I will add that to the Americans goal, which, oh, here. So episode 3 is lost media. I apologize. Kick is cracking down on copyright. which is fine because we finished on Discord, and it was actually quite nice. And Peter has boosted the server so I can stream in HD. So if you would like to, you can join the Discord. If we don't really know you, then you'll get a day pass so you can watch. Cool. Just put your username using chat in the newcomers room. Okay. What was I gonna say? But The Americans is very good. Very, very good. Okay. This video dissects how the media narrative surrounding the Reggie Watts situation chooses to focus on individual blame rather than the dangerous ideologies at play and institutions they benefit. Now. Reggie is obviously a part, like, yes, each individual issue is a part of a systemic issue. And yes, this is, yeah, but that doesn't take away individual fucking responsibility. Who the fuck looks at an article and it's like, oh, this celebrity who's like well known for doing a thing and violating boundaries and like, you know, is seen in a very like positive light overall, but is actually really a harmful person to the people around him, and people should be aware of that. Also, he raped someone. I wouldn't call that a hit piece. I feel like the US has always been anti-art for the most part. Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by that. Hey Noah, rape? Oh, there's a rape out. There's a rape in there. I read the article. So it's like, I'm glad that like I already have read this. So, because then, you know, when I saw this, everything wrong with Rolling Stone's hit piece on Reggie Watts, when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's crazy to call it that, you know? And I will, before we go to read it, I will just tell you the chapters of Peter's video. Analyzing the Reggie Watts controversy, which is 1 minute long. Also interesting to call it a controversy. After 1 minute and 4 seconds, the ideology behind psychedelic use. Separating personal views from liability. Huh? Who profits from the wellness narrative? Individual choice versus systemic influence. So I want to also be clear. This is not like a... Just because the guy's like using toxic language like, you know, where, you know, like talk like of like fake shit about connection and like the universe and whatever, that doesn't mean anything. They could literally, you could just switch anything there. The guy is clearly fucking maniac. Ketamine is not a psychedelic. Well, so I feel like this will be interesting. Maybe it's superficial commodification makes being one not particularly easy. Oh, well, that's capitalism in general. But not just enabling addiction. Like, he would force, like, he was known to, like, force big doses, too big of doses on people. Of, like, various, who the fuck knows what. So, okay, before we go watch this 10-minute and 29-second Peter video, let's get a little context. Reading mode is not supported on this site. Why does it have to be so slim? I don't understand. Why? It's a dissociative drug. Psychedelics work on serotonin. Hmm. Someone should ask Mr. Girl. I don't think we have any crossover here, but it would be interesting if someone asked Mr. Girl if he was inspired by that Reggie Watts song. All right, so this is Reggie Watts is a prominent ketamine advocate. Was it his ex's undoing? This is her and him. The comedian promotes ketamine and psychedelics to explore higher consciousness, yet friends of his ex-girlfriend who died by suicide claim his encouragement fueled an addiction. Watts' team calls the claims dangerously false. By Cheyenne Roundtree, August 20th, 2026. Okay, ignore any sounds. I apologize. In a backyard in the valleys of Los Angeles, a crowd of 60 people gathered to celebrate the life of Catherine Early McCullough. Family members, longtime friends, colleagues, and even an ex-boyfriend who hosted the gathering at his home spent the evening drying tears and laughing as they exchanged memories of McCullough, how she always forgot her keys, her silly made-up language that they somehow all became fluent in, and the sheer magic that was Cat. But the obvious hung in the air, unsaid. In recent months, McCullough had become gaunt. The sparkle in her eyes had dulled, and her smile seemed forced. A mind that got into Cornell Law School, earning a near-perfect LSAT score on her first try, had grown increasingly spacey. Friends struggled to come to terms with how, in the span of around 2 years, McCullough developed a once unimaginable addiction to ketamine, and how the figure who had loomed largest over the 36-year-old's life was now absent, her most recent ex-boyfriend, Reggie Watts. Had it not been for McCullough's all-consuming relationship with the popular musician and comedian... I can't fucking talk. Hold on a second. It's okay, Frankie. Had it not been for McCullough's all-consuming relationship with the popular musician and comedian, 9 of her close friends and sister tell Rolling Stone they believe she would still be alive. They say that McCullough, to quote one friend, wouldn't have fried her brain without Watts' encouragement to take a heavy array of psychedelics and designer drugs in the name of intimacy and enlightenment. And that following McCullough's drug-induced manic episode, which prompted Watts to break up with her, a despondent McCullough wouldn't have secretly traveled to Peru in March to take her life. I would call it recklessness, Lacey Valentini, one of McCullough's closest friends, say, labeling Watts' enthusiastic promotion of ketamine and other substances as dangerous. I'm so afraid that him being so cavalier is going to lead to irreparable harm or the death of another person. Watts declined Rolling Stone's multiple requests for an interview and did not specifically address a majority of questions posed to him in a detailed request for comment. However, his attorney, Andrew Brettler, ooh, familiar name. That's Destiny's lawyer, right? He's a busy boy. Right? Is that his name? You know he did something wrong. Seems like this is the guy you call up when you've done something extremely wrong and you know it. His attorney, Andrew Brettler, defender of Destiny and Prince Andrew, said it was dangerously false and a preconceived narrative to suggest that Watts was responsible for McCullough's suicide. Brettler also pushed back on Watts' alleged prodding of McCullough to take drugs with him, claiming she was already an experienced drug user, Miss McCullough did not need any so-called encouragement from him, Brettler said in a statement. Hey, dankness. Still, 5 women who previously dated Watts tell Rolling Stone they recognize elements of their own experience in how McCullough's friends describe her relationship with the comedian. Watts' needs prioritized above their own, the chipping away at their self-confidence, and the prompting to take substances with him. I do feel like he's not who he projects himself to be publicly, and I've seen many people hurt or mishandled in their relationship with him, says Anna, who dated Watts in 2018 and was part of his larger friend group. She requested a pseudonym to protect her privacy. I wanted to see much more accountability than has been taken for all of this. In the 5 months since McCullough's death, her younger sister, Colleen, still struggles to wrap her mind around how drastically McCullough changed during her time with Watts. I feel very strongly that the sister that I knew before this relationship would still be here if she had never met him. McCullough was impossible to miss. She was striking, model height, with large bouncy curls that she dyed various shades of pink and blonde before settling on a captivating auburn hue. Friends describe her as a lovable weirdo who made connections wherever she went and maintained them with check-in texts and hours-long phone calls. She read voraciously, had a depth of knowledge in music, art, and film, and gravitated towards creative pursuits. She had a razor-sharp sense of humor that lent itself to her obsession with the comedy world. After years of feeling like she stuck out in her conservative hometown of Columbia, South Carolina, she moved to Los Angeles in 2016. Okay, so she was like in the industry, I guess. McCullough quickly created a network of friends through attending music gigs and comedy shows, her various jobs and community and activist groups. She had a brief stint back on the East Coast when she quit her digital marketing position at a record label to earn a law degree at Cornell in Ithaca, New York. But she missed the sunshine and finished her final term at UCLA. It was around this time, in May 2023, that McCullough bumped into Watts at a party. She commemorated the moment with a text to a friend. That photo was taken by Reggie Watts, whose ketamine I was high on. What a life. Hey, Matt, yes, it is an admission of something to be hiring Andrew Brettler. Yep. Oh, Chris D'Elia and Danny Masterson. Ah, yes, very famous rapists. It's a running joke in Los Angeles that if you're out late at night, Watts will somehow materialize. The youthful 54-year-old is easy to spot. His 6-foot build accentuated by his long frizzed out hair that he wears loose or piled high in a bun that tilts to the side. Watts comes across as a lovable, goofy teddy bear, says one ex-girlfriend who requested an anonymity for privacy and someone who's always down for a good time. He's one of the most social people that I've ever met and loves staying out super late, says Dakota, a close friend of McCullough who was also friendly with Watts and requested a pseudonym for professional reasons. When the bars close down, he frequently hosts gatherings at his house until 5, 6 in the morning. An eccentric character with a cult following, Watts considers himself a citizen of the world. Ugh. So gross. Born overseas to a French mother and an American Air Force father, he spent his early years bouncing around military bases in Germany, Italy, and Spain before his parents settled down in Great Falls, Montana. He grew up around music, taking piano lessons at age 5, clanging out his own arrangements rather than following sheet music. Performing came naturally, but Watts wrote in his 2023 memoir that he was terrible at memorizing and preferred winging it on stage. These early tendencies would become his calling card, improvisational, surrealist stand-up acts blending music, looping pedals, and comedy. Watts bounced around small bands before he began composing for comedy specials and The Key and Peele Show and starred in the TV talk show Comedy Bang Bang. His big Hollywood break came in 2015 as band leader for James Corden's late night show, which ran until 2023. The New York Times crowned Comedy Today in 2016. Okay. McCullough told friends that she doubted Watts remembered their initial encounter, but when she bumped into him again at another party in late 2023, they began a whirlwind romance. McCullough thought Watts was a comedic genius. Isn't this just a fucking time and time again, psychos get away with being psychotic because they are seen as some kind of like genius mind, Lauren Southern loving Destiny's beautiful brain, you know? It's just yeah. We need Reggie Watts to defeat Trump. The pair shared a similar sense of humor, establishing their own bits and improvisational riffs. She was taken with him immediately, Colleen says. She just got hooked. The two began spending all their time together, with Watts flying McCullough first class to join him on tour stops. It was very intense. McCullough's friend John, who asked for that his full name be withheld for reasons related to his job, says, I would describe it as Reggie love bombing her, like, let me fly you out to here. Let me treat you to this. It was extremely generous. Watts' munificence was world-changing for McCullough, Valentini explains. It truly felt like a cheesy romance movie, she says. He was really playing the part. He met her every desire, and she really wanted that. But there was early friction. Watts was clear from the beginning that he had been polyamorous for decades, and McCullough should expect him to continue dating other women. At an early age, Watts wrote in his memoir, he became obsessed with the idea of romance, fashioning himself into the sensitive James Bond, the funny James Bond, the James Bond who respected women. Oh, wow. Men whose identities are respecting women are incredibly suspect. Watch out. And also, like, because he's still the hero in the story. I'm just being polite. I pay for their Uber home, you know? I made them pancakes in the morning. You know? Post-rape. Just kidding, she left. Okay. Watts found he had a habit of continually falling for women who were strong, who were bold, who had a little unexpected magic about them, and decided it'd be best to keep all of his relationships open. I also think it's very interesting because later on, as you see, yes, it does make sense that he would be drawn to women who are strong and bold and unique, and so that he could take those things and suck them out for himself. Jubilee is having Destiny versus Tim Pool. Ugh. God. Goodness gracious. McCullough was not game. After a few months of dating, McCullough effectively gave Watts an ultimatum, and he agreed to be monogamous. She then moved into Watts' Silver Lake home. After that point, they hard launched. Watts went first, posting a snapshot of McCullough kissing his head to Instagram. Girlfriend, he wrote in late May 2024. McCullough followed days after. This is Reggie, I love him. Okay, if someone doesn't want to be monogamous and you give them an ultimatum, that's not good. They should, if you want someone to be monogamous with you, they should also want that, or it's probably not gonna work out very well. Like, if that's like a thing that he actively wants. I don't know. Whatever. People are, you know. A few months into their relationship, Colleen felt she was watching her sister completely do everything to bend herself to fit his life. Although McCullough was supposed to be studying for the bar exam, McCullough reassured friends that she had things under control, cramming in sessions from dimly lit airplane cabins, backstage at a show, or cocooned at social gatherings. McCullough felt a need to be near Watts constantly, fearing he would lose interest if she didn't accompany him to events. As a result, she became his shadow. Friend Maria Vanderslice recalls gently broaching the topic with McCullough, asking why she didn't seem to be taking her law career seriously. Watts interjected, proclaiming his love for McCullough and telling Vanderslice that he and McCullough were spiritually married and he would take care of her forever, and that she didn't need to worry about money ever again. Yes, they could have just broken up. Yeah. Yep. Those promises influenced McCullough to quit her legal externship in mid-2024 and become Watts's unpaid assistant, according to Colleen and 3 friends. With Watts purportedly stressed about finances in the wake of the Late Late Show's end, McCullough volunteered to subsidize his costs by running his social media accounts and handling odd jobs like manning his merch stand. Oh, that's so fucked. So he's he's flying her out first class, and then the next thing you know, she's paying, well, you'll see later, she starts paying for things, but suddenly she's doing free labor. Everyone in McCullough's circle could see she was consumed by the relationship. McCullough's ex-boyfriend and friend Travis Florney says that prior to dating Watts, she actively resisted discussions around spirituality and higher consciousness. She was the least woo-woo person, he says. But Watts, who is well-versed in Gnosticism, an esoteric religious philosophy that places emphasis on the spiritual realm and obtaining wisdom about oneself, seemed to have had a profound impact on McCullough's worldview. She began parroting some of Watts' beliefs about discovering one's higher self to her friends and mused on those concepts in her own writing. Hey, Ursa. Hey, Joe. She felt very strongly that Reggie was her soulmate and teacher, McCullough's longtime friend Andrew Margolite said. She just wanted to fucking be with him. Watts's fondness for drugs is no secret, with one mutual friend of his and McCullough's describing him as an all-day, everyday ketamine and marijuana user. I've heard that ketamine is like... Is that a thing you can do all day, every day? I feel like that's not a thing that people can do all day, every day. But I don't know. I've never done it, so... He's a psychedelic evangelist and self-declared psychonaut. Ugh, he sounds unbearable. Believing psychedelics and spirituality go hand in hand. He wears shirts with Ketaverse printed on the front and has appeared on a number of podcasts, academic panels, and a Netflix documentary discussing his experiences with substances. His first exposure to drugs came as a teenager, smoking marijuana in high school. Watts said he didn't see cannabis as a thoughtless form of escapism, but an intentional opportunity for self-discovery and enlightenment. I'm sure that he was so incredibly enlightened smoking weed in high school. Yep. A travesty on your endocrine system. His psychedelic exploration came while living in Seattle and performing with his early musical group Maktub in the 1990s. But Watts said he scaled back when he entered his 30s. Now I rarely do them, he told Forbes in November 2020. Maybe I'll do mushrooms or something like that once every 3 to 4 years. By 2021, Watts took a liking to ketamine. Is anyone in a K-hole? Watts semi-jokingly asked the crowd at the Outside Lands. Is the K-hole a good thing or... I thought that it wasn't a good thing. Is it? He then launched into a spiel about how he was a client, quote unquote, of ketamine, and he'd encourage all of you guys to get a prescription. According to Watts, ketamine felt like dancing on the edge of a black hole and experiencing pure consciousness observing itself. I don't really understand. Is the K-hole a black hole? Oh, they're about to talk about it, I guess. Developed in the 1960s as a surgical anesthesia, ketamine has grown in popularity as a recreational drug, particularly within the rave and nightlife community for its dissociative and psychedelic effects. It's used as a sedative for large animals, earning its reputation as a so-called horse tranquilizer. In the 2010s, a wave of studies found that ketamine has significant success in treating neurological conditions, particularly depression, PTSD, and anxiety. And a surge of ketamine therapy clinics began popping up across the US. Yeah, I know people do that. Go to clinics or something. I just can't really see the vision of what this is like. Still, it's far from a magic bullet, with extreme usage linked to neurotoxicity, cognition impairment, and bladder issues. Without a doubt, I've seen the benefits, and I'm sure it's saved many patients' lives over time, says Dr. Gerard Sanacora, a professor of psychiatry at the Yale Institute of Medicine who studies ketamine and has used it as a form of treatment for patients. But these are truly dangerous drugs, and it's really scary that this belief is out there that these drugs are free of danger, because they're not. As public sentiment has begun to more openly embrace the idea of ketamine as a therapeutic aid, Watts has become a prominent advocate. Oh, great. On Joe Rogan's podcast in 2024, Watts proudly recalled leading a friend through a ketamine experience after they'd been nervous to try the drug, saying he considered himself really good at dosing, quote unquote. In January, Watts was a guest on actor Rainn Wilson's podcast, where Watts played devil's advocate to Wilson's skeptic about casual use of mind-altering substances. Wilson brought up actor Matthew Perry, who had been undergoing ketamine infusion therapy and became addicted, leading him to acquire the drug outside the safety of a clinic. Perry suffered an accidental fatal overdose in October 2023 and drowned in his hot tub. 5 people, including Perry's personal assistant who helped supply the actor with the doses, were convicted on charges related to his death. Watts had a swift rebuttal. Whatever he died of, it wasn't ketamine, he countered. It was like it was a drug interaction, and he also had heart problems. There was a confluence. The LA Medical Examiner's Office listed Perry's cause of death as the acute effects of ketamine, noting that Perry had a history of heart disease. Viewers mainly agreed that with Watts and scoffed at Wilson for being what they perceived as overly judgmental. It's clear that Watts has had a fair amount of experience with psychedelics, and he approaches them responsibly and thoughtfully, said one commenter. Yeah, I like highly controlled doctor supervision things for sure. I don't know. I can't really imagine. I don't know. I find this all to be like, to this point, like you can see, I think you can kind of see get the vibe of like what Reggie Watts is going for. You know, if you're familiar with him, like he kind of does have like he does have like an image, a vibe, the way that people see him. And people have a certain attitude when they talk about him, you know? We don't really see people, or I haven't, being like, Reggie Watts is a shitty person, or you know? When you see different people interacting with someone fondly, then you assume that they have a reason to, like, be fond of them. So that's why it's important to, you know, have these things be known so that they don't just, like, assume that he is awesome at dosing when he overdoses people. Okay. Let's see. But Watts isn't as responsible as he likes to publicly portray when it comes to recreational substance use, 4 sources tell Rolling Stone, claiming that he often offers a range of drugs to anyone in his proximity. It's pretty commonly known in our shared circles that Watts gives people way too much and is not super responsible with how he introduces people to it or how he administers it, says Anna. It's incredibly reckless. Vanderslice remembers a dinner party Watts was hosting in 2024. Immediately after everyone took their last bite, Vanderslice says Watts pulled out a basket of drugs, declaring it was time for dessert. Inside there were like probably 20 substances I've never even heard of. Watts deemed anyone who didn't partake alongside him boring and tended to be dismissive of them. 3 of McCullough's friends say, one friend says, Watts once grilled her at a party when she declined his offer of ketamine. It was like I was in a Dare ad, they say, referring to the 1980s anti-drug campaign. I'm not a chicken, you're a turkey. Remember that? High Maintenance creator and actor Ben Sinclair described in a Substack post an alarming incident that demonstrated Watts' glib attitude. At a dance party co-hosted by Watts in March, where Sinclair continually took ketamine throughout the night, a man wearing a lab coat, Dr. Leo, was scribbled on his jacket in Sharpie, offered Watts and Sinclair what they were told were Quaaludes. Watts went first, remarking that something tasted off, according to Sinclair. Still, Watts offered a generous heap of the powder to Sinclair, who readily accepted. Sinclair said they'd later learn they took a massive dose of OPCE, branded as a significantly more potent version of ketamine with longer lasting effects and a deeper dissociative freefall. Oh, Jesus. Hey, Maximus. I'm surprised you know who Peter Coffin is. Last time I talked to him, he yelled at me because I said working class is not class consciousness enough for socialism. That would make sense. I mean, I've known a Peter Coffin over the years as like the ball kicking guy and the one who had a fake Asian girlfriend, I think. But he hangs out in Sunday's chat sometimes. Quaaludes have been off the market for a long time. This is some bathtub shit. When is this? Didn't say when this was. I mourned my beautiful brain, Sinclair wrote, describing how he spent the next few hours monitored by friends. When the drug finally wore off, Sinclair said he prodded Watts to reflect with him, realizing they could have easily suffered a fatal overdose. Watts started speaking of Gnosticism in a British accent, an improvisational bit he often does while performing. And I said, "Be real with me." He said, "I am being real." They parted ways. I later heard that Reggie danced at a rave that night. Sinclair wrote. Within McCullough's community of creatives, no one was a prude about drug use. But while all of McCullough's friends admit she was open-minded and had experimented with substances in the past, including marijuana, cocaine, ketamine, and ecstasy, they are adamant that she was not a heavy drug user. I never knew her to really be a drug user, says one friend. At parties, I rarely saw her do drugs, and if I did, she'd do one or two quote-unquote bumtinis, McCullough's made-up word for the tiniest bump of something. Bumtini sounds like a play. I don't want to be around people that do that. And by that I mean have a little bump and call it a bumtini. No hate to R.I.P., but you know, I'm sorry. I just find it's like it just sounds very obnoxious to me. Okay. McCullough's drastically increased her consumption after she started dating Watts, her friends say. Drugs became a central part of their relationship, and early on, Watts brought McCullough to a practitioner for intramuscular ketamine injection. McCullough told friends, as did Watts, that Watts felt he could best connect with someone when they were on the same plane. Mm-hmm. Of course, of course. Hey, Deckham. Yeah, isn't that so cool? How he's like, listen, you gotta get, like, in order for us to really connect, we gotta be on the same level of on drugs. He would call it medicine, friend Dakota explains. He really has this idea that most people moving through the world are holding themselves back, and taking this medicine all day, every day opens you up and detaches you from your ego. Okay. I gotta fucking say, it seems like he is extremely attached to his ego. He seems like he is all ego. He thought Catherine had all these flaws, and he acted as if he were her teacher, and through this medicine, I'm going to guide you through these experiences and towards being a more conscious, open-hearted person. Nora, who met McCullough at Cornell and requested a pseudonym due to her career, later compiled a list of all the substances McCullough said she had tried with Watts. LSD, MDMA, DMT, MMCs. What's that? Cocaine, Ritalin, Adderall, ketamine, Xanax, Valium, and modafinil. A wakefulness drug. I don't know what modafinil is. He really took her to the edge, she says. McCullough's friends were also concerned about the amount of drugs she was taking. According to two of McCullough's friends, Watts believed there should be no difference in their dosage amounts, despite their significant differences in tolerance levels and physical size. See, this is getting into weird controlling shit, right? Not only do you need to do it with me, you need to take the same amount as me. As I am way bigger than you. Yeah, I'm a really good doser. Seriously. It was something McCullough repeatedly voiced concern about, confiding in at least two friends that she believed Watts was giving her more than she could handle. At one party, a friend says she overheard McCullough questioning Watts as to whether the amount of ketamine he was administering to her was the quote-unquote right amount. Watts was constantly pushing her boundaries and trying to convince her that she should be taking the same dose as him, or at least a heavier dose than what she thought she wanted. It was a tension between them. The vibe was that he didn't respect that. Hit piece, by the way. Hit piece, This is incredibly detailed and nuanced for a fucking hit piece. You know, they could have said that, like, oh, she didn't do any drugs ever. You know? They could... You know? In a statement, Watts' attorney didn't respond to questions about the prominent use of drugs in his and McCullough's relationship. However, he claimed that McCullough was already an experienced drug user, had taken ketamine prior to when she met Watts, and didn't need to encourage her to partake in substance use with him. For McCullough's friends, the escalation was jarring. Catherine, to us, was not a rock star or a psychonaut, and was clearly having moments where she wasn't keeping up and faltering, her close friend Travis Broyle says. McCullough would later detail her extensive drug use in her notes app, claiming that she nearly died from the chemical inhalant amyl nitrate, had K-hold extremely hard many times, and once severely overdosed on MDMA. That's gotta be, I heard that's, like, terrible. Like, what? Like, is that, you get, like, serotonin syndrome? Is that a part of it? It does not appear she sought medical help in these instances. McCullough told her friend John about the amyl nitrate incident, which occurred within the first 6 months of dating Watts, saying Watts had given her 2 months and too much, and she could feel her heart stopping. Watts had to give her a bump of cocaine to push adrenaline back into her system. John says McCullough told him. When John voiced concern, she brushed him off, countering that she was safe and Watts had taken care of her. Brylan May, who met McCullough through her legal internship at the Writers Guild of America West in 2024, recalls once seeing McCullough snort a line of cocaine at a party and immediately throw up. Watts didn't move in muscle, May says. Instead, Watts reasoned McCullough must not have had enough water that day. There were a lot of physical moments of vulnerability that Catherine found herself in that she normalized, John adds, but she wouldn't have found herself in this situation without the reality that was imposed on her by Reggie. He was the instigator. Rolling Stone spoke to 5 women who dated Watts over the past 2 decades, whose combined experiences showcase a pattern of what some described as reckless and selfish behavior from Watts that manifested in different ways across his relationships and led to potentially precarious moments. Substances have always been a major part of Watts' lifestyle, according to 3 women who recall how he'd encouraged them to use drugs with him. A decade ago, Watts seemed mostly interested in weed and THC-based drinks. Claire, who dated Watts in 2016 and requested a pseudonym to protect her privacy, says he was constantly ushering her to join him to get high. The context was usually around, "You're always telling me all the things that make you feel bad, and I'm giving you something that would make you feel good, and you're not letting me help you feel good." That sounds like he wants her to shut the fuck up. During the pandemic, according to 2 of the women, Watts began experimenting with ketamine and kratom, a substance from a tropical tree's leaves that acts as a natural stimulant in smaller doses and a powerful sedative in higher amounts. Olivia, who also requested a pseudonym to protect her privacy, began casually seeing Watts in 2020 and says Watts was very insistent on me trying ketamine and was espousing expansive, almost theological-like reasons to get her to agree. Watts would offer her a hero dose, a particularly large quantity, which she adamantly refused. But maybe if someone was more open, she says, maybe they got the hero dose without stopping. Anna said she never felt judged or pressured by Watts to partake in substance use with him, but she did feel encouraged. So that was Olivia, and this is Anna. But she did feel encouraged, though she noted Watts would respect her decision if she declined. Anna recalls several instances where Watts had given her too much of a substance, describing him as reckless when it came to dosing. I had so many experiences with him where he would be like, "This is totally going to be fine for you. It feels amazing." Next you know, I'm dry heaving on my hands and knees in a stranger's bathroom. Watts was largely inattentive during those vulnerable moments, Anna says. It doesn't feel like there was a lot of care, she adds. It was mostly like, damn, that sucks. I can visualize this very easy. Yeah, Joe Rogan was pushing Kratom for a while. Claire and another woman whom Rolling Stone is identifying as Lindsay. You know what? It's getting into the more serious things. I'm going to pee real quick. Give me 1 moment, please. Everyone, please like the stream.
Who gonna beat this time? Who gonna beat me down? Tell it. Who gonna beat this time? Keep it 100. What you gonna show me, fam? What you gonna show me, bro? That ain't me done. You wanna word with me? You wanna tell me so? And tell your bitch to get off my shit. Smoking on that home road. You know that I keep it on point. See, I could came out tonight with a flex and a float. And you know it might wanna get fucked up, wanna get half up, gonna make them bang that rowdy. Hey, yeah. I make it see, make it real, make it feel. Hey, yeah. I make it loud, make it proud, make it count. You better watch yourself. Go, shit. Go, you better walk. I'ma let you have your say, but I ain't let you have your way. I'ma let you have your say. Like it's a ball. Sit in the club on the street where we own. Sit and 2 shots in a world of pain and 2 shots in a tell your dudes that we get rude, smoking sour diesel. You know that shit be so bad. Just give me rhythm and I'll step and I'll go. Kissing your teeth and I'm vexing bros. Rocking your world with a Jackie phone. When I told them I said, hey yeah. I make it see, make it real, make it feel. Hey yeah. I make it loud, make it proud, make it count. Hey yeah. I make it see, make it real, make it feel. Hey yeah. I make it loud, make it proud, just make it count. I said make it count. I said make it count. I said make it count. And get ratchet. Hey yeah. I'll make it see it, make it real, make it feel. Hey yeah. I'll make it loud, make it proud, make it count. Hey yeah. I'll make it see it, make it real, make it feel. Hey yeah. I'll make it loud, make it proud, just make it count. I just make it count.
Okay.
I get ratchet.
Frankie. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? It's not time yet, baby. Ooh. Let's see. Allowing him to repeat it. Reggie Watts is very famous. And, you know, think of it like, I don't know, think of like a different version of Destiny. You know? When people used to like him and orbit him and stuff. And like, buy into the stuff that he said. You know? It's like really, I think, you know, people can be incredibly, people and behavior can be so normalized by people like going along with it. And you know, these are all different people that were either her friends or And this is not even over that long of a period of time, like in regards to his ex-girlfriend who killed herself. What was I saying? Oh, Frankie's back on the table. Okay, I will do a brief chill and then we'll go back to reading. Guys, if you like this stream, you want more streams to happen, consider becoming a member, gifting a membership. If you have a Twitch Prime you're not going to use anywhere else, you could use it here. If we get to $69 minus YouTube's 30% for any super chats, we will watch The Americans episode 5 on in Discord after stream is over. And 6 numbies until numby time. If you can, if you feel like it. If you cannot or do not feel like it, thank you for being here. Please like the stream, live on Top Chat, Twitch and Kick hello.
Aiko does not performatively agree with me. Oh my god. I have lost years off my life of Aiko disagreeing with me.
Commodore Chomp tipped $4.20.
True. Thank you so much, Commodore, for the 420 President Sunday Gamba, where I've taken years of his life through arguing, and I wear that like a badge of honor. I mean, they're letting a fucking addict dose for them. Truly shocked he wasn't responsible. I'm not saying it's their fault. Clearly he's manipulative, but allowing him to repeatedly doing this, at some point you gotta rise above the manipulative tactics. But we don't, these are all like individual situations that people haven't like put together until now. You know what I mean? It's like you look back and you realize, oh, this is like a larger pattern of behavior. Like it's, you know, and like kind of treating people slightly differently, but like it still has the same underlying like complete lack of concern, and you know, manipulation, and you know, we're getting to the rape. At some point, being pressured to do more and more, you come to the conclusion this guy shouldn't be trusted. It's about people's vulnerability, however they have agency. This is like anything else, though. Yeah, Reggie, like, I mean, you know, people have agency, but that doesn't mean that they are going to, you know, like, you never know how something's going to turn out. But I don't think that it should be the expectation. Like, he's also, like, love bombing. It's easy to see from far away, but if you're being, like, if you're sucked into it, and when everyone has, like, a positive opinion of a guy, you know? And also, like, I feel like it's like a... like, with the pressuring of taking more drugs than is, you know, that someone wants to, like, it seems like he was very controlling. I knew a guy like this before, so I get it. Yeah, it's like they're like very, like, they've got their routine down. You know what I mean? Like, they know how to handle you and, like, work around your blind spots. This only works on vulnerable people who give in to peer pressure. Yeah, but what... I mean... I feel like you have, like, you're saying that with, like, giving into peer pressure is a... It's not just giving into peer pressure if it's, like, someone that's your... I'm talking about the relationships. I'm not talking about that guy who got sick. Yeah, they have a lot of people around them doing drugs with them all the time. It only enhances their credibility. It's like you are... You know, like, you're not thinking about all of these things. Like, it's like a continuation of, like, like, if you're not familiar with this path and the way that, like, people can be manipulative and, like, love bombing and stuff, then, like, you're not gonna see, you can't, like, see it the same. And it's, like, a different thing when there's someone, like, if you have to fight someone to not take so many drugs, you know, it's like, yeah, people, that's how it always works. People who are vulnerable, and people who aren't get away. You know? Like, all of it, yes. I mean, all of this, all abuse is basically, you know, people are vulnerable for whatever reason. But that doesn't mean that, like, those are, yeah, I'm sure he's trying that on everyone. But the people who get sucked in are the ones who are really vulnerable. It's like, I kind of really see it like destiny, you know? And, like, how there will be, like, you know, there will be, like, people or women that join the Orbiterverse and think it'll never be them, but then it's them, you know? Like, it seems like Reggie Watts has, like, he has hype. He has hype, and he has a very specific kind of hype that I think people, that is, like, reinforced. You know what I mean? Like, if he's known as, like, a certain kind of guy and people treat him like that guy, like the party guy, and, like, you know, he's always yapping about spiritual, psychedelic, death, whatever. You know? So some people, like, you don't, when people are accepted and all quirky and eccentric, and they're seen as, like, eccentric geniuses. Like, I think that's what it is. Reggie Watts is, like, kind of seen, in my opinion, especially throughout, like, those, like, earlier years, as, like, didn't they call him, like, what was it? The most influential, what was it? Comedic musician. They said it, like, right earlier. So you just, like, you know, so he's seen as, like, you give lots of room to eccentric artistic geniuses in, like, you know, people who are seen that way. And so, you know, you can't just find another one of him. And so if they're really into that and they are a part of this world and they are, like, you know, they're infatuated with him or whatever the fuck, you know, that all goes away. Like, without him and, like, them being able to keep up with him. It seems like if you can't keep up, you'll just be left behind. And it seems like, you know, well, I mean, we'll get into it a little later in this, but I think, you know, it's like, yeah, they shouldn't be pressuring, but if you presume that someone is, like, actually thinks what they're saying, or, you know, and you don't realize that they're trying to control you, I think you're just cynical. I think you're just cynical, Peter. Because it's just like, yeah. Okay. Claire and another woman whom Rolling Stone is identifying as Lindsay described an intense cycle of love bombing and whittling away at their self-confidence. They claimed Watts played manipulative mind games with them and blew past their boundaries in pursuit of his own self-satisfaction. Watts' attorney said any suggestion that he was an abusive boyfriend was false. Lindsay, who dated Watts for roughly 3 years and requested anonymity, described their relationship as emotionally and psychologically abusive. Watts seemed to want to make me feel small, Lindsay said. It was a constant cycle of love bombing and veiled insults that would tear down your self-esteem. Their relationship ended in 2020 when, feeling depleted, Lindsay says she broke up with Watts. He started hyperventilating. I could see in his eyes that he knew he lost his grip on me, and it was so weird how it manifested in him. He kind of teared up a little bit, and that's all I remember, because I was really surprised by that reaction from him. After the breakup, Lindsay says, she tried to remain friendly with Watts. She became suspicious, however. He was monitoring her when on at least 2 occasions he appeared where she was, including a restaurant during a date and a hotel in Los Angeles. In trying to win her back, Watts allegedly disclosed he had had an explicit video of her that she had not consented to. I was shocked, Lindsay says, still confused about why Watts would think she would be flattered by his confession. Lindsay says she made Watts delete the recording, recognizing it as a disgusting breach of trust. She eventually blocked Watts and discarded all of the electronic devices he had gifted her. I wish I went to the police, but the time has passed, she said. Watts offered no response when asked if he had filmed a sexual encounter with Lindsay without her permission. That's interesting. He had no response, huh? See, destiny. To Claire, Watts seemed charming and lighthearted, but she would now describe their 4-month relationship as abusive. A red flag came when Watts pressured Claire to stop taking doctor-prescribed medication, blaming the prescriptions on her struggle to orgasm during sex. I remember we had one fight where he was at the James Corden show backstage yelling at me about how this was an ego thing for men, that it was a deal breaker for him. It was a point of...
Korg tipped $4.20.
Thank you so much, Kagod, for the 420 President Sunday Destiny impression. Not a crazy drugs guy. Very based and very pog. Thank you, thank you. That was perfect. That's literally perfect. Destiny, crazy drugs guy. That was a perfect gamba. Yeah, awesome. Perfect. Okay. It was an ego thing for... So, I assume she was on antidepressants. And yes, I know exactly what fucking kind of guy this is. Yes. It was a deal breaker for him. It was a point of contention for weeks, and after putting up with Watts rolling his eyes and walking out of the room whenever she took the medicine, I finally ended up going off of it for him, which I really regret. You can, it's starting to, yeah. Mr. Higher Self has an ego problem when women don't orgasm with him, yeah. Yes. This tells you exactly what fucking kind of guy he is. After Claire went off her medication, she says, one incident would make her cut off Watts out of her life completely. Does it say when? Claire dated him? I don't remember. Okay. One incident would make her cut Watts out of her life completely. During what would be their first official date, Watts disclosed he had an STD and vowed to be hyper-vigilant about wearing condoms. He made a big show with where he keeps his condoms, Claire says. Watts was not always upfront about his alleged STD diagnosis, according to 3 women who say he only disclosed his condition after they had been intimate. McCullough told Colleen that something similar occurred with her, with Watts allegedly saying, I didn't think you needed to know because I wasn't having an outbreak, Colleen says McCullough told her. In Claire's eyes, there was an implicit agreement they would always use protection. One night, as Claire was leaving Watts' home, she claims he came up behind her and initiated sex. After Claire knew something was wrong, before I even looked at him, he said, "I'm so sorry, I just had to know how you felt." My heart went in my throat because I knew what that meant. I turned around and he did not have a condom on. So this is why when I saw this, Peter Coffin's Everything Wrong with Rolling Stone's hit piece on Reggie Watts, I was like, oh, okay, I will, it's a long article, but I'll read it on stream, I'll read it again, I'll read it live. For years, Claire says she has been hesitant to publicly share her experience with Watts. You always have in the back of your mind, maybe everyone thinks I'm crazy because he's so nice and charming. She says, why would anyone believe me? What if I'm the only person that has this story? Yes, that's the idea. You're surrounded by people who see him a certain way as so nice and charming and caring and whatever, and in touch with his spirituality. It's like you don't feel like there's anything else outside of that. Like you don't feel, you know? Like you'd be disrupted, like your existence is disrupting. Watts did not respond to Rolling Stone's detailed lists of questions regarding his behavior in past relationships, but through an attorney said any suggestion that he recklessly exposed his ex-girlfriends to a STD was false. His lawyer provided the name of a former girlfriend whom Watts dated in the early 2010s as a character witness, but she declined to be interviewed by phone. In a text message, however, she said, Reggie is a wonderful, generous, thoughtful person and a dear friend. Okay, dude. A third woman who briefly dated Watts in New York in the 2010s and asked for her name to be withheld for professional reasons said an abrupt end to their fling left her feeling upended. She felt so unmoored that she took acting classes in a bid to feel more interesting. I didn't even date him for that long, but it affected me so seriously that I ended up having a complete personality crisis, she says. I still remember having these really intense feelings of like, why do I feel completely broken? It left me questioning my own self-worth. Yeah. And this guy having the reputation that he has also helps him to sneak in like this because you're not on guard. You're not like looking for, like, the first thing you don't think of is someone's malicious. The first thing you think of is that there's like a miscommunication or like there's confusion, not malice. Oh no, post-hominid. I think I have an addiction problem, Colleen says McCullough confided to her in the spring of 2025. McCullough was hesitant, though, to broach the topic with Watts. I've got to prepare for it because he's not going to like it, Colleen says McCullough told her. Weeks later, McCullough would backtrack, becoming defensive when Colleen asked how the conversation with Watts went. McCullough said she no longer believed she had a drug problem. I didn't realize the danger she was really in this relationship, Colleen adds. It's so painfully obvious now. A year into McCullough's relationship with Watts, her friends and sister tried to show McCullough that the relationship was toxic and that they believed there were aspects that were abusive. I noticed an extreme personality change and the chiseling away and erosion of her independence, says Brylan May. I tried the tough love approach. I could not break the spell he had over her. There was Watts' skirting around paying McCullough any salary for her work for him. He reportedly blamed his accountant for not being able to afford it, although McCullough helped produce one of Watts' comedy specials and self-funded the production of his improv talk show, Watch Watts Happen Live, which yielded only one episode. Then there was the isolation. Watts attempted to steer McCullough away from certain friends he didn't like, according to Dakota and Vanderslice, the latter of whom recalls 2 instances when Watts physically led McCullough away to be alone with him in a separate room for lengths of time, including at Vanderslice's wedding. There were a lot of things that he did to control her that are classic abusive behaviors in terms of trying to isolate her, Dakota says, such as making McCullough malleable enough to be open to leaving her job and some friendships behind. He cultivated a dynamic and relationship where she felt like she could only truly access intimacy, closeness, and empathy from him if they were both using drugs together. While McCullough would do seemingly anything for Watts, it wasn't always reciprocal. When McCullough returned home to South Carolina to be by her dad's side before his death in early 2025, Watts declined to accompany her and was emotionally absent, telling McCullough that he didn't do grief. According to Colleen, McCullough told Watts she needed his support. He responded, "I've thought a lot about that, and I just need to protect myself right now." Colleen says Watts would later fly into town for the funeral. An event in summer 2025 would trigger a devastating domino effect, according to McCullough's circle. To help in her grieving process from her father's death, Watts and McCullough took Buffo, an intense ego death psychedelic derived from the venom of the Sonoran desert toad. McCullough wrote in her notes app that her interest in partaking in the Buffo trip was spurred by grief, and afterwards, McCullough told loved ones that she experienced an enlightening rebirth, but she later began telling friends that she was suffering negative side effects commonly associated with the drug, including nightmares, deep anxiety, and panic for weeks afterward. Watts' attorney said it was McCullough who initiated and organized a supplier to administer the Bufo, and Watts never witnessed McCullough suffering from any side effects. Sure. Bufotenic acid. By August, Watts and McCullough had set off for what was supposed to be a weeks-long international trip, but things would take a dark turn. Whether it was continual heavy drug use, an extreme lack of sleep, or continued flare-ups from the Bufo experience, McCullough entered a state of mania, resulting in unusual social media posts, strange texts to her friends, and a 24-page Google document titled "A Working, Complete, Unified Theory of Infinite Eternal Love." Dakota saw the danger immediately when she visited the couple in Berlin. McCullough was still taking various drugs and partying alongside Watts throughout the episode, and Dakota says she started communicating to Reggie that this is really serious. We need to get her to a hospital. She needs medication. Watts was supportive in some ways, Dakota adds, but essentially it was like, Dakota, figure this out. He kept partying and going out with his friends. Through his attorney, Watts said it was simply untrue that he didn't assist in getting McCullough medical help in Berlin, saying he took her to see a different doctor who examined her and prescribed her antipsychotic medication to treat her symptoms. Watts claimed he also stopped McCullough from buying drugs from an online delivery service while in the country. Okay, dude. According to 3 people, Watts seemed desperate to rid himself of McCullough amid this incident, trying to put her on a 14-hour flight from Berlin to Los Angeles alone, until he was convinced otherwise by McCullough's friends. When they landed at LAX, McCullough was barely able to walk and soiled herself. Friends came to take her straight to the hospital, where she was placed on a psychiatric hold. A dismissive Watts did not accompany the group to the hospital. Instead, he jumped into an awaiting black car and went home to catch up on sleep. Watts did not deny that he went home during McCullough's initial hospitalization, but said through his attorney that he later visited her. Watts was adamant. Friend Travis Broyle says that McCullough was not having an episode and it wasn't the ketamine. Instead, Watts allegedly insisted that she was going through some awakening, a deeply spiritual moment. Still in the throes of a manic episode, doctors kept McCullough overnight, ultimately diagnosing her with bipolar disorder. Dr. Wang, a psychiatrist and director of the Stanford Bipolar Disorders Clinic, who did not treat McCullough, says for people with a vulnerability to the condition, drugs can definitely unmask the vulnerability. Maybe the bipolar wouldn't come out on its own, he says, and it would have been brought out now with all these stimulating medications. After McCullough was released, she eventually returned to Watts' home, but friends say she didn't seem like she had fully stabilized. Lacey Valentini, one of McCullough's best friends, and others say they begged Watts to get rid of all the drugs in the house. He came up with a compromise. Watts put all the drugs Ms. McCullough could access into a biometric safe that Ms. McCullough could not open, and he hid all the alcohol that was at the residence, his attorney said. But McCullough was still able to find drugs. Colleen claims she saw McCullough doing drugs at Watts' home or FaceTime during this period, and friends claim that Watts never safely locked all the drugs away. Still in a vulnerable mental state and still taking various drugs, McCullough pinballed between being grateful that her friends had come to her rescue and furious over the hold, which led to a diagnosis that she disagreed with. In her notes app, oh, thank you for the 2 joules, Gray. Dated August 18th, 2025, she jotted her reasons I'm not worried about the manic episode, saying there was no known family history of bipolar disorder, and this was the first manic episode she'd ever experienced. In that same notes document, McCullough addressed the flip side of her situation. Reasons I am worried about the manic episode, she began, listing the times she believed she'd overdosed and highlighting scientific findings about the long-term effects of heavy ketamine usage. McCullough was direct about her views on Watts' role in her substance intake. My partner is not totally supportive of me resting or abstaining from drugs. I feel his judgment/resistance when I abstain or barely partake or want to do more research before partaking, because it confronts him with a message about his own drug use that he's not ready to receive yet. She notes, there are absolutely things I can do to improve this by asserting stronger boundaries, but I also need his support and understanding. Watts offered no response when asked about McCullough's claim that he didn't allow her to take breaks from drug use. Interesting, no response. Hey, Polly. She's completely aware? Yeah. Yes, Peter. What the fuck do you want? What are you trying to say? I don't know what you're trying to say. Yes. What do you mean leave? Why are you saying it in this case? Would you say that if she was being beaten? She's being abused. She's not being hit. I think that you are being cynical and biased right now. Like, she's reading this. When she says that he's not supportive, she thinks that it's because he's not ready to deal with his drug problems. Her friends suck too. They are clearly trying to do something. They are clearly doing something, but you can't, like, you can't just take her away. Like, you can they put her in a hold, but they can't, if she's an adult, independent adult, they can't, like, stop her. You'll see how she goes out. Yeah, I don't like this, Peter. This is very victim blamey, and I feel like because it is not framing her as like a perfect victim, there's no reason. Like, it's very, the only reason is because Reggie Watts is an abusive piece of shit who takes advantage of vulnerable people who get caught in his net. I would have threatened Watts. What are you gonna do? You don't know. And also, when you are hostile to the person that your friend is with, the abusive person, that can ostracize your friend further. So if you are threatening in a certain way, you're probably not going to be invited over and be able to check on your friend. I don't know. We don't know how many of her friends did what. These are just like a handful of people who are talking to the Rolling Stone. And I really don't like how you're doing this. Like, the only person to blame here is Reggie. Like, that's who is to blame. He did this. Yeah, true. They rescued her from being taken on the plane in that awful state and got her to the hospital. Well, no, they made him escort her back. He wanted to put her on a plane by herself. And they like made him bring her to them, and she had soiled herself, and you know. Yes, even people you respect are vulnerable to getting trapped into long-term abusive relationships, and even we are vulnerable to standing by when it happens. It looks like nobody did shit. I don't know, Peter, but you blamed her too. You blamed other people before her about taking drugs from him. So I feel like maybe you should just think about it a little more. Think about your reasoning here. Like, you know, it seems like they did try, but like you can't pry someone away. Like otherwise there wouldn't be people killed by their partners all the time if it was that easy. But I don't know, and there's no reason for me to presume and put blame on other people. Like you cannot physically, like, what are you gonna do? Lock her in a room? You can't do that. That's illegal. It's too complicated to summarize. But we're getting towards the end. The whole point, I think that it's very inappropriate to be focusing on what the other people around her, like that they, like, do you think that they don't wish that they could have done more? They clearly were concerned. They clearly talked to her over the course of this relationship. They clearly were checking in. Yeah, but, and then what? And then they could call the cops on you. I'm just saying, Peter, you literally cannot. You can maybe keep her down like for a week. Like you can do what? You can't, it's not that easy. You say this, but you saying this is very frustrating to me because it's not helpful and it's not true. Like you can't, like if you could just control people, they wouldn't like be going out and dying in the street. I'm sure, listen, I don't know. I don't know, but in any case, like it's just extremely not helpful. And like you feel that emotionally, but your like emotional experience of like, I would have done something. Yeah, I would have done something different too. I am a person who would go and show up. But that's not a reasonable thing to be thinking about while we read this. It's not a reasonable thing to be focusing on because it's not helpful. It's just like there should be no, like, yeah, there shouldn't be, like, it's taking the burden off of him. Yeah, it's, I could save her. But that's not how it works. And that's why it's tragic. All her drugs are in her boyfriend's safe. No, I think he didn't actually I think that didn't even happen. But he had, and I don't know if she was taking drugs. I don't know if he would even support that. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know about anything, but I don't want to Yeah, he said that he would, but apparently the drugs didn't actually get put away. Like, the compromise was biometric safe, but McCullough was still able to find drugs. Friends claim that Watts never safely locked all the drugs away. But here, like, she doesn't think that he doesn't give a fuck about her. She thinks that he doesn't want to confront his own drug use. Like, these are very, like, it makes such a huge difference in reality, but it's also hard to tell. Like, does this person who's harming you, do they love you and they're harming you and they don't realize it? Or do they not give a fuck about you? You know? And I'm sure that she wanted to believe that he did love her and it was just his own issues. Okay. There was an immediate shift from Watts after the manic episode. McCullough's friends say McCullough had already felt anxiety about the security of her relationship after the death of her father disrupted their honeymoon phase, according to Colleen. McCullough was also struggling to keep up with Watts's around-the-clock partying, which began taking a toll on her physically and mentally. She felt Reggie could not get rid of her fast enough, Vanderslice says. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with her the moment she stopped being fun and easygoing and a good vibe to be around. By October 2025, Watts ended their relationship. In explaining himself, Watts said he couldn't handle being McCullough's caretaker, Dakota says. McCullough was destabilized after the breakup. She had no home and no steady job and had pushed some of her closest friends away following the manic episode. McCullough had wanted to explore a career in the entertainment space, but without Watts' support, she believed that possibility was out of reach. She continued to live with Watts and accompanied him to a set of shows in Australia, partly because she had invested a significant amount of her minimal savings into creating his new tour merch. According to Colleen, in December, McCullough moved out and rented a room from a mutual friend, with Watts covering a few months of her rent until she was back on her feet, spotting her around $1,400 a month. Watts' attorney says he also paid for McCullough's psychiatric treatment and medication. Through the first months of the year, friends say, McCullough's self-confidence was shattered and she lost an alarming amount of weight. Watts preferred to speak to her by email, was frosty and ignored her when he bumped into her at events, according to 4 friends. The last time Mr. Watts saw Mr. McCullough prior to her trip to Lima, he told her he loved her and would always be supportive of her, Watts' attorney says. Just a few months earlier, Watts had assured McCullough that she was his lifelong partner and told their friends they were as good as married and that he'd always provide for her. Now she'd been dumped for what she saw as an involuntary medical response to a drug, and she was addicted to ketamine, taking near daily hits and voicing anxiety about the long-term ramifications, her friends say. She was pretty afraid that she had fucked up her brain in some way, McCullough's friend Andrew Margalit said. I'll use her own words here. She regretted how cavalier she was about drug use, but she really trusted the people that she was around. No one registered the depths of McCullough's despair. She began visiting an anonymous suicide forum that some states have tried to restrict access to, and in early March, shortly after her 36th birthday, she began posting about different means and methods to end her life. She wrote of her fears of a painful death, and was hopeful about finding someone from the forum to be present with her in her final moments. Makola wrote a detailed post about why she felt this was the path she needed to take. I was in a relationship with a brilliant, handsome, sensitive, romantic, hilarious, insanely talented, and fun partner that ended because I had a drug-induced manic episode 7 months ago. Never happened to me before that in my life. It made him lose his romantic and sexual attraction to me to see me in that state. Our relationship was dream-level romantic, and we loved being together all the time. Doing really fun and stimulating things literally every day with other incredible artists, sleeping in as late as I wanted, sharing a beautiful home, not worrying about money for the first time in my life, being spoiled with whatever I wanted. His life is absolutely incredible, and sharing it with him was bliss, magic, unbelievable, beyond my wildest dreams. I can't get over the stupid way I lost him, and I can't stand my life now compared to what it was with him. I also can't stand knowing I will never be remotely close to that happy again, knowing I will never love someone nearly as much as him because he is so total package and singular. I think about him and memories of our life together literally every waking moment, and sometimes in my dreams too. It was among some of Makola's final posts on the forum. Then, without telling anyone apart from a German man she is believed to have met through the site, Makola boarded a flight for Lima, Peru, where it's reportedly easier to obtain a euthanasia agent. She briefly texted with Watts about the afterlife and posted Happy Reggie Week on Instagram to celebrate Watts' upcoming March 23rd birthday. Then Makola went dark. It had only been a few days after Makola left when Colleen realized she hadn't heard from her sister. Colleen touched base with Makola's friends, who had also had no idea where she was. Having exhausted her options, Colleen reached out to Watts for assistance. He also hadn't heard from Makola and didn't know where she could be, but he remembered that he had access to her iCloud account and was able to trace her phone's location to a police station in Lima. I'm thinking, oh God, she's there doing some drug ceremony or something. Through a translator, Peruvian authorities relayed that Makola had been found dead alongside the German man, both dying by suicide. To everyone this hurts, I'm so sorry that my peace came at your expense, Makola wrote in a goodbye letter that was found with her body. I hope you can forgive me. I hope it helps you to know that the way I went was as peaceful as possible. I know it's so selfish and losery to quit because drugs gave me a mental illness that took away the people and the life I loved, but I'm tired and it hurts and I can't trust that things get better. I believe that consciousness is an ocean containing everything, and that the individual corporeal self is only a wave temporarily rising from it. I've returned to the ocean, but I believe we bring our memories back with us. Because of this, I will never forget or stop loving you. From a corner of a dark room on April 1st, Watts began recording himself singing a rendition of Blueberry Hill. Hello and welcome. Tonight is a very special night, Watts began in a faux British accent. He briefly paused, ducking out of the frame as the sound of several loud sniffs and the clinking of hollow metal came from off camera. When Watts reappeared, he introduced a new piece of music, something he had just written, an abrasive, cacophonous track. Catherine vibes, Watts captioned the video. My heart is full for you. In a separate post, Watts shared the news of Makola's death and elaborated on his moment of reflection to his nearly 500,000 followers. Catherine, I will miss you so much. I know you were in pain, and while I tried everything I could to reflect the light you brought into this world, the sorrow became too much to overcome. You changed my life. You opened my vulnerability and taught me how to receive love from someone so close. We built a life together, went on adventures, and took chances together. You had a natural radiance that people could feel from so far away, a light you carried despite the difficult path you walked from childhood. I've been processing so much. I know you can hear me, and I honor the intentionality of your journey, meaning the suicide. You planned your time in Lima beautifully. The coast, the art, the meals shared with a friend. While it's so difficult for those of us left behind, I understand your need for peace. Fuck this guy. Fuck. Literally, prison. Prison. He should go to prison just for this post. Information about McCullough's last days was news to Colleen and McCullough's friends. We're like, what is he talking about? We didn't know those details, Colleen says. It took another week for Watts to disclose to Colleen that he had rummaged through McCullough's iCloud. Flicking through her photos, scrolling through her texts, and going into her notes app, Watts was able to retrace McCullough's final moments and locate a draft of her goodbye letter, which he recited back to Colleen. I bet he fucking loved the stuff that she said about him. True, tampering with evidence. That's true. Colleen was besides herself. It was torturous to not know anything, and he knew the entire week. He didn't consider her family at all. He didn't care. It was like, I have this information, and I'll decide who needs it and who doesn't. Watts did not offer an explanation to Rolling Stone as to why he did not immediately share details with McCullough's family. Through his attorney, Watts said he wasn't aware McCullough was suicidal. Not once during that period did Catherine or any of her family members or friends ever suggest to Reggie that she was suicidal. McCullough's friends were similarly incensed. Watts spoke as if he and McCullough were still together. He had used flowery language to describe what they saw as a tragic and horrifying decision. I don't think there's any universe in which you can compliment somebody's suicide, Margaret said. She went to Lima explicitly and exclusively to kill herself. There's nothing beautiful about that. Watts was also hindering the healing process by being insensitive and self-centered, friends say. Watts initially refused to delete a video where he shared more details about McCullough's death, erasing Colleen's comments where she begged him to take down the post. He eventually removed the video. Watts asked Colleen if she'd feel comfortable obtaining crime scene photos of McCullough in the bed where her body was found. And when it came to the laborious process of bringing McCullough's body home, for which McCullough's friends created a GoFundMe to offset the $20,000 cost, Watts never donated to the fund or shared the link with his followers. Watts did not dispute this. There's just no room, even now, Colleen says, there's no room for her in her own death. McCullough's loved ones view her experience with Watts as a devastation cautionary tale, a perfect storm of conditions that led to a tragic outcome. They firmly believe that if McCullough had never met Watts, had he not pushed his extreme views on psychedelics and substances on her, and had McCullough not adopted those views, that she'd still be alive today. I'm confident if she never met Reggie, she'd still be alive. Nora says. The women who previously dated Watts say, although they were left with emotional scars, they feel lucky they were able to get away. My heart just broke for her, Lindsay says. I remember feeling how he would make me feel, completely devastated and worthless. I just wish so badly that she could have known that it gets better and that this guy has no say in your worth. McCullough's sister and friends hope that her story can prevent another woman or fan who heeds Watts's blanket endorsement of ketamine and other substances into falling into addiction. Watts is a manipulative and negligent person riding the wave of this popular drug, Broyles says. It was McCullough's undoing. Many also voiced concerns for Watts himself, labeling his daily substance use as equally alarming. It would be a silver lining to Margaret if Watts has a wake-up call about how he propagates psychedelics. Hopefully, as a result of these things, he can reconsider his approach and advocacy. I'm gonna say, Margaret, that is definitely not gonna happen. He does not give a fuck. He respects her decision. People can get so wrapped up in the celebrity part, his persona, and they trust him. I never thought it would happen to Catherine. I would hate for this to happen to anyone else. Here's a link to the article. So, this is the article that... There you go. So that is, what Peter Coffin has called a headpiece. Isn't that cool? Isn't that fucking cool? I'm gonna grab some chocolate chips real quick. Okay. It's a good thing that Peter Coffin has activated me because I would not have had the juice to read that entire thing. It's such a fun video. Isn't Peter Coffin one of those guys who makes a point of having perpetually bad takes? It seems like. The only thing I've really known about Peter Coffin is that he kicks himself in the balls and he had a fake Asian girlfriend on Twitter or something. Oh, but I remember the other day when he was in Sunday's chat. I think Sunday looked at a video or something of his, and he was like, he asked Peter, like, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you bigger? And Peter's like, I'm just too authentic or something like that, you know? Hey, Pashy. Oh, no, you're just in time. You missed the article. I don't know if you heard anything from it. I will link it again. But just so you're aware, this is like Reggie Watts. It's not It's sick. It's a sick situation, and it includes rape. Reggie Watts raped, and he's just he's a horrible abuse. Like it's I don't know what Peter's gonna have to say about it, but there's no one thing you cannot call this is a hit piece. This is like yeah, I just read it for like 2 hours. But yeah. Multiple people involved. So you know, I don't know why. I don't know exactly why this, but once again, I will tell you the description, okay? Everything wrong with Rolling Stone's hit piece on Reggie Watts. This video dissects how the media narrative surrounding the Reggie Watts situation chooses to focus on individual blame rather than the dangerous ideologies at play and the institutions they benefit. And so the chapters are analyzing the Reggie Watts controversy. Yeah, it looks like a recounting of events. Like there wasn't like a character, it wasn't like an op-ed. You know? This is not an op-ed, this is like an actual. You know. Okay. So, and the fact that he's calling it a controversy, I don't know. And the fact that he would put himself next to, like, if this was gonna be a negative video, I would not be having him so close, looking just regular. Institutional responsibility, says the thumbnail. But anyway, the other ones were the ideology behind psychedelic use, separating personal views from liability, who profits from the wellness narrative, individual choice versus systemic influence. Now, when I read that, did I think, you know what's really wrong with what happened in this article? It's the wellness industry. I really wish that they had just mentioned more, you know, isn't it always great when people try to deflect to systemic issues when dealing with like an individual who has done something horribly wrong? You know? So we'll see. I don't know why. I don't know why Peter feels this way, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, Peter, what do you got for us?
Hey, so I want to talk about ketamine, which means I want to talk about Reggie Watts. This role.
Okay.
Rolling Stone article came out titled "Reggie Watts is a prominent ketamine advocate. Was it his ex's undoing?" The comedian promotes ketamine and psychedelics to explore.
If this bitch didn't read the article, I think he should flog himself. I think that he should, unless he likes it. If he's into that kind of thing, then no. But I think that he deserves to be punished. This is not about ketamine. This is not an article about ketamine. It's about him and how he's seen and how he's irresponsible and abusive and how he raped a woman. I wonder if he'll discuss systemic patriarchy that makes a guy like Reggie think it's okay to act the way he did. I'll bet no. That's a great point, actually. That's a great point. Maybe I'll ask President Sunday if he can connect us. Maybe we should discuss.
Or higher consciousness. Yet friends of his ex-girlfriend, who died by suicide, claim his encouragement fueled an addiction. Watt's team calls the claims dangerously false. The article basically does the work of building a character-oriented case against Reggie Watts.
How? In what way?
The basis for this article ultimately comes down to some friends said that she wouldn't have committed suicide had she not been encouraged by Reggie Watts to take ketamine.
I hope that he you're Peter Coffin is a ditch bitch. Nope. No. No. Hey, Curio. I think that he should be rolled into a fucking ditch, a wet ditch in the rain. There's some roadkill in there. That's not what the article was about, you dumb fucking cunt. What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't think that there's no shot that he fucking... Yeah, just her friends, just some friends.
Say that everything this article claims against him is...
Okay, Peter Coffin, you're on notice. You're on notice. Everybody, Peter Coffin is on notice.
True, he's reckless, narcissistic, selfish, that she wouldn't have committed suicide had she not been encouraged by Reggie Watts to take ketamine. Say that everything this article claims against him is true. He's reckless, narcissistic,
rapist,
selfish, irresponsible with drugs. Say all of that's true. That is not a good basis to establish a person's responsibility for someone else's death.
You're fucking retarded. Peter Coffin, I'm sorry, you're fucking retarded. And I don't pull out the word too much, but that's just, I assume that if you're either retarded or you love rape, those are the two options, so you're gonna have to pick one. He didn't read the article, did he? I don't think he did. I seriously don't think he did.
Establishing fact, I highly disagree with Reggie Watts about psychedelics. I am strongly against the idea that you need them to find yourself.
You know that he linked. This is linked here. The article, I got the link. I'm just,
or open up to the world, or...
He's a big AI guy. Okay. I'll comment after. Hey, Mel. Okay. This is
find enlightenment. I kind of really hate that shit, actually.
I think I'm gonna tag him in my title, actually.
With that out there, Reggie seems to have compressed the idea that you need them to find yourself or open up to the world or find enlightenment. I kind of really hate that shit, actually. With that out there, Reggie seems to have completely bought the ideology, and he's attempting to preach the good word.
Oh, I did that with my knee. Yes, he's not even a psychedelic advocate. This is a bad take for the sake of a bad take. Let's see. There we go. What should it be? Peter Coffin either can't read or loves rapists. How about that? At Peter Coffin either can't read or loves rapists. Bad Peter. Can we call Coffin Bad Peter and our Peter Annoying Peter? Cool. You know what? That would make sense. That would make sense if it's if he put this fucking article into AI, into like ChatGPT and asked for a summary, that would be that would actually be very interesting for on several levels, you know? Like I think that that just really goes to show like how much an AI summary can fail you. And that if you are literally a YouTuber and making it's one thing if you like didn't read the article in and you saw a summary in passing. It's another if you make a video about the fucking article. That's ridiculous. I do think there's nuance to her killing herself and the responsibility involved, but she's likely not going to develop drug-induced bipolar disorder if she's never involved with Watts. That much is obvious, yes. I think that... yeah. So I think, you know, that now that you bring up AI, if he's a big AI guy, that would make sense if he literally just read a summary about it, not thinking that it was going to have, like, real serious things in there. Maybe because he's a lazy cunt and he belongs in a ditch,
so to speak. I find a lot of his comments about it to be dumb or irresponsible. Like he made this comment about how Matthew Perry didn't die of ketamine when in fact there was a fair amount of ketamine in his system when he drowned in his...
Who cares?
Like he made this comment about how Matthew Perry didn't die, so to speak. The ideology out there. Reggie seems to have completely bought the ideology, and he's attempting to preach the good word, so to speak. I find a lot of his comments about it to be dumb or irresponsible. Like he made this comment about how Matthew Perry didn't die of ketamine.
Who cares about that?
When in fact there was a fair amount of ketamine in his system.
The point of Reggie Watts, the problem with Reggie Watts is not that he's inaccurate about fucking Matthew Perry's autopsy report. He is clearly a serial abuser. And controlling. And does not give a fuck. And a rapist.
When he drowned in his hot tub, technically it was the water that did it. Yes. Here, I'll show you something interesting.
Is it?
How did Matthew...
It's just, I gotta say, you look like a fucking idiot. You look like a fucking idiot. You look like a fuck... Is he talking to his wife now? Yes. Yes. Peter, you are embarrassing. You are an embarrassing person, and I bet he writes videos with AI too. That is actually fucking humiliating for you. His hair looks like Max Landis's, flopping over to the side. Peter Coffin is worthy of a wet face. Yes, indeed.
Perry die?
One sec. He died October 28th, 20...
And his AI is personalized to sound like... It's like Mrao. You know when Mrao like will like sexually harass the AI and stuff? This is not like regular... This is like a... Has a tone, a personality. She looks like she's sounds like rummaging. He's using the. Is this a sexy voice? Is that what that is?
Matthew Perry die?
One sec. He died October 28th, 2023. The medical examiner ruled it an accident caused by the acute
Like
effect.
she sounds like she's like just lounging in bed next to him, you know? Like they're like casually, like they're both like laying in bed with the TV on, casually both scrolling their phones, chatting. Yeah, I sound so done with him.
Of ketamine. Investigators later said he obtained ketamine through illegal channels, and several people have since been charged in connection with supplying the drug.
So he drowned because he was on ketamine?
Yes, the ketamine impaired his breathing and consciousness, and then he drowned. That's why both show up in the report.
My initial question had nothing to do with ketamine. It's a dumb comment from Reggie Watts. Dumb. I would not want to be around somebody who says stuff like that. I wouldn't take advice from him on drugs either. But here's a big problem I have. Does Reggie Watts own a business that is somehow invested in the promotion of ketamine?
Who?
Does he run a clinic? Does he prescribe it? Does
The fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? Peter. 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 If you wanted to talk about wellness, you could just do that. You didn't have to hijack this article. If there's a rape in the article, if the person the article is about raped, it should probably be mentioned.
he manufacture it? Because if he's just a guy, then I'm sorry,
He's
but
not.
he's just a guy.
No,
Which the article,
he's not. He's not just a guy. He's a celebrity. He's a celebrity with like a cult following. Not that Pete. You know what? Actually, this is kind of. Yeah, emotionally manipulating your girlfriend is fine as long as you don't make it a part of capitalism. Guys, why are you talking about this one abusive piece of shit guy when in reality, haven't you heard about capitalism? Have you not heard about the oligarchy? Yeah. Just a guy who abuses and rapes. Boys will be boys. Am I right, fellas? Yeah. I think might be a good still.
Notes specifically that he does not own any commercial enterprise involving ketamine.
Who the fuck cares? You dumb bitch. Who cares? Jesus.
He's not the guy selling it. It means he's the guy that bought it. And when I say bought it, I don't just mean bought the ketamine, although I'm sure he did.
Oh, are you saying that he's just a misguided little boy who got wrapped up into this wellness culture? Is he a victim of the system of wellness culture? Is that where we're going, Peter? Here, I'll do this. Let's post this Peter still in the Discord for me to work with. That's crazy. This chapter is separating personal views from liability. Listen. Do we have to blame men for do we have to like put this on? Do we really have to say this is Reggie Watts' fault? I mean, isn't he just a victim of the system like anyone else?
He bought the ideology around the ketamine. He bought the
He does not give a fuck, you dumb bitch. He's like 50 fucking 4 years old, at least. He likes what he's doing. He does not care that it hurts other people. Listen, he's just a baby boy.
He's a baby boy, can't rent a car.
Yo, tipster. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Dog.
Discovery, the healing, the openness, the enlightenment.
It's just like any other fucking kind of worldview, dogmatic worldview. People, you can do it with religion, you can do it with a lifestyle, you can do it with lots of things. Yeah. Peter thinks because Watts is delusional rather than cynical, that's somehow an excuse. Exactly.
Bought that. And I can't say that Reggie Watts is also an addict. I have no idea. But I can say
he's a victim of the propaganda from the wellness corporations.
that oftentimes ideologies like that serve to rationalize behavior. That is to say that if this article is demonstrating any proof of anything, it's that Reggie Watts
Wait,
is
I'm sorry,
proof.
what?
Proof. That is to say that if this article is demonstrating any proof of anything, it's that Reggie Watts is proof that ideology works. And just to be clear, I'm not here just specifically to say drugs are bad and cool. I'm not.
No, you're here to be like, he's a baby boy, can't rent a car. That's what you want. That's what you're saying. I check everyone.
Different substances that may be dangerous in recreational settings might have real, actual purposes that people.
Oh, like therapy that we all know about, that this is like a big part of. Why are you. Peter has none of the required words and only unnecessary things.
Will need them for in the medical or therapeutic fields. I am not saying that under no circumstances ketamine appropriate. Veterans, for instance, they have studies that they've done on which show it helping with PTSD. Opioids are addictive and dangerous, and as a painkiller for certain things, necessary. What I'm saying here is that the question is not are drugs good or bad, but rather why are the drugs being used, under what conditions, and by whom? There's a reason.
Rich Hollywood celebrities who abuse the women that they're around and have no regard for other human lives and only care about his fucking ego. A guy who badgered his girlfriend and shamed her to not take her medication, her psychiatric medication, and he would every time she would take it, he'd make a sound and leave the room all dramatic. Why? Because it made it harder for her to orgasm. And that was too much for his enlightened ego to handle. And he pressured her to get her to stop taking it for a time. Because it hurt his ego if she didn't finish. Or enough. Easily. I don't know. This is a terrible fucking guy. And he has like he's a part of a system. And it's not the fucking wellness industry. It's the disgusting Hollywood, especially like in comedy, comedy kind of shit. These fucking disgusting sex pests. Remember, he said he wanted to be James Bond, but who, like, respects women. Peter Coffin is the first horseman of the idiocracy. I mean, he's like the groundhog that poked his head out. It's like, this still feels like a safe, stupid time of year to come out. It's like this, you know, it feels just stupid enough for me to be able to walk around.
And why you might be prescribed a otherwise dangerous painkiller. I really personally dislike the ideology of psychedelics. This idea that getting high is finding yourself.
Who the fuck cares? What do you mean? And it's not ideology of psychedelics. They're like different, there's like different terms for stuff. This just sounds like Rogan sphere. Like, it sounds like ideology of psychedelics makes me think of like Rogan people, you know? Rogan shit.
That feeling emotionally open is learning to connect. Dissociation becomes ego death. Just having an intense subjective experience is somehow evidence that something profound has happened. This creates a category of recreational consumption with a pre-justification. Instead of, I like doing this, which if you like doing it, fine. I'm not going to stop you, and I don't think anyone else should. But instead of that, it's, I need this to access a more authentic and open version of myself. Again, this can be a rationalization for an addict mind to consider their behavior not a problem. Does that mean this person isn't accountable for their decisions and behavior? No. But let's ask a question
about the rape?
Who benefits from this ideology.
Who benefits from what ideology? What are you talking about? Actually, this is also very creepy. Direct looking into the camera. Maybe this is better.
First off, anybody who manufactures ketamine obviously benefits. If there is a reason to manufacture it and sell it, they're going to do that and profit from it. Then there's all the wellness culture, the retreats. Obviously, they have incentive to push ketamine.
What?
And the ideology around it.
Wait.
Manufactures ketamine benefits from this ideology.
What are you? I don't. Okay, I'm definitely. Why does he talk about I think okay. I think he's just fucking stupid. I think that he's just fucking stupid.
First off, anybody who manufactures ketamine obviously benefits. If there is a reason to manufacture it and sell it, they're going to do that and profit from it. Then there's all the wellness culture,
that's
the
just
retreats.
how, yes, that's a part, that's called capitalism. And yes, it's like that with like everything, literally everything. Wellness culture is just one style of exploitation. What's your point? Why did you want to take it here when Reggie Watts is being exposed for being abusive, horrible rapist? He's snared you in his insincere bad take grift vortex. I knew it. I think what I will do is I will try to have a conversation with him.
Obviously, they have incentive to push ketamine and the ideology around it. Media institutions within the attention economy obviously benefit from reporting on things that get attention, whether that be transgressiveness or people talking about how open and enlightened they are thanks to this ego death that they experienced on ketamine or whatever. Anything that can create.
I feel like he's just got a couple of buds that annoy him. This word salad is 100% 60 voice. Okay, listen. Okay, let's listen. Actually, now that you said that.
More authentic
listen
and
closely.
open version of myself. Again, this can be a rationalization for an addict mind to consider their behavior not a problem. Does that mean this person isn't accountable for their decisions and behavior? No. But let's ask a question about who benefits from this ideology. First off, anybody who manufactures ketamine obviously benefits. If there is a reason to manufacture it and sell it, they're going to do that and profit from it. Then there's all the wellness culture, the retreats. Obviously, they have incentive to push ketamine and the ideology around it. Media institutions within the attention economy obviously benefit from reporting on things that get attention, whether that be transgressiveness or people talking about how open and enlightened they are thanks to this ego death that they experienced on ketamine or whatever. Anything that can create interest and get attention is, of course, something an attention economy can benefit from. This is all institutional responsibility I'm talking about, though.
What is this? Listen, I keep tuning out because I'm making my thumbnail.
The retreats, obviously they have incentive to push ketamine.
Sorry.
And the ideology around it. Media institutions within the attention economy.
The attention economy. Within the attention. Yeah, what about the rape, buddy? Yeah, what about the rape? Okay, I'll see you later, Daily.
From reporting on things that get attention, whether that be transgressiveness or people talking about how open and enlightened they are thanks to this ego death that they experienced on ketamine or whatever. Anything that can create interest and get attention is, of course, something an attention economy can benefit from. This is all institutional responsibility I'm talking about, though. Reggie Watts is a person who believes that taking ketamine is a means to self-improvement. The problem with this article is that it focuses on whether or not Reggie Watts was responsible for someone's suicide. Is it possible?
No, that's not really totally what that was. Yeah, did he mention anything wrong with the article yet? It's everything wrong with, yeah, exactly.
That to some extent he was? Maybe. You and me don't have enough information to make that judgment, and this article is asking us to.
No,
you're
so fucking stupid, you dumb actor. I remember him saying in Sunday's chat that he doesn't want this to be his full-time job. I'm gonna say that he cannot be. This is why. When Sunday was like, why aren't you bigger? It's because he's an absolute fucking idiot and everything is created using AI and no critical thinking. It's so fucking stupid.
To say, you know, the vibes are off. Actually, I think Reggie Watts is responsible for this woman's suicide. I think that's what it is. Or
No. It doesn't even leave it. It doesn't even make that assertion. It leaves it off with, you know, being kind of like, maybe you think that he is responsible. Maybe her friends seem to think that if they hadn't met, then she wouldn't have gone. But it leaves it up to you. Yeah, it was more about how she was manipulated and pulled into becoming an addict and that her brain chemistry mixed with drugs caused major issues. Yes. He's called Peter Coffin because the coffin is where his channel belongs. Yes. He has another channel. He's a video game journalist with some affiliation with a company. It's a completely separate thing. Logic figured it out, asked him about it, and he said he couldn't comment. Oh. Interesting. Why would you even touch this? Being so fucking stupid. Like, why would you, being such a stupid person, bother touching this?
That's absurd. How dare they accuse this man of...
The article presents multiple perspectives from people in their social circle. The author doesn't insert their voice much, and does Peter think everyone is lying? Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. Included Watts' lawyer's comments. Yes, it's funny he says the problem with the article is that it's about whether Watts contributed to her suicide, but that actually is what's under discussion here, not drugs. Yeah. It's... I don't know.
That she, under her own free will, did all of this. She has made the choices and absolutely not. I think that's what to say. You know, the vibes are off. Actually, I think Reggie Watts is responsible for this woman's suicide. I think that's what it is. Or even, that's absurd. How dare they accuse this man of that? She, under her own free will, did all of this. She has made the choices and absolutely not. No way. Either way. Do you know what you're not asking? Why is there an ideology around ketamine?
Oh my fucking God. Why are you talking about this situation and not talking about the systemic issues with wellness culture? I am going to nail this man to the floor, okay? You're on notice, Peter.
Paints its use in the way it does. The structures become the background that you don't think about, and the interpersonal villain becomes the focus.
This is 1,000,000,000% his LLM bitch.
Whether or not Reggie Watts' behavior is good or bad or has anything to do with this.
You are just talking about something that has nothing to do with anything to do with Reggie Watts.
Is not a matter for you or me to figure out.
Excuse me?
Villain becomes the focus. Think about, and the interpersonal villain becomes the focus. Whether or not Reggie Watts' behavior is good or bad or has anything to do with this.
Oh, so we're not supposed to form opinions or pay attention or talk about people who are rapists and abusers? We're not. When you find out that a large celebrity figure, someone with a big fan base and a cult following and connections, and you know, who is a very specific, you can't just, he's not just some guy. When this guy is a fucking rapist, we it's not for us to consider.
Personal villain becomes the focus. Whether or not Reggie Watts' behavior is good or bad or has anything to do with this is not a matter for you or me to figure out.
Why?
That is for the people involved with this directly to either litigate or sort through. You and I can say that there is an ideology around this drug that this person became addicted to that justified its use. That ideology is probably responsible for this person's death to at least some extent. I do want to stress.
Listen, this isn't up to me or you to talk about the situation and come to conclusions, though I will say this very specific thing that I believe about the situation, though.
That people can make choices and they are responsible for their actions. That is part of any 12-step program an addict might go through in seeking sobriety and recovery. But that ideology is the thing that you and I should care about. That thing that we could potentially do anything about. Even if It's only in our own interpersonal lives.
Huh?
When we raise our kids or we talk to our friends. Also, who is institutionally responsible? Who benefits? Why? And some understand.
Maybe the patriarchy. How about that? Patriarchy benefits from normalizing abuse.
Understanding of how that works is going to be necessary in order for us to get anywhere ever with anything. And I'm not even talking about revolution. I'm talking about making anything a little bit, tiny bit better. All of these incrementalist people seem to think that because I'm generally talking about progressing the stage of production that we are in, that this somehow doesn't apply to getting healthcare. You're not going to get anything if you keep individualizing institutional responsibility. Okay?
Oh my god, you're fucking demented. What is this face? What is this? Okay. What should I comment? I'm gonna guess.
You're Zhong-yang me.
Oops.
You know, like mushrooms.
Korg tipped $4.20.
Thank you, Call God, for the 420 President Sunday Gamba. That is our 7th numby. Very based and very pog. Oops. Okay, I wrote... Ooh, Frankie. That was unbearable. Okay. I'm going to guess that you had AI summarize the article for you because your video has nothing to do with anything in it. I prefer to think you're intellectually lazy versus intentionally defending rape. Crazy. Right, Frankie? What a beautiful baby. Okay.
Riding the line. Like,
Allies and getting the right? Been talking to them.
We should.
so confusing. I understand.
We're gonna watch a little.
Yeah, but it needs clarification. Stuff good. That trial. Should I?
We'll listen to OWLISH versus PISCO a little bit. What do you think? Through JStock's stream, who is also has an outstanding. The notice has moved on from just being on notice to an outstanding warrant. How long does it last? So we'll watch for a period of time, and do they start from the beginning?
Defining ally, the term ally, in such a way to mean if you are a member of the DSA, you are definitionally not an ally. Do you understand that?
That's not what I'm doing, but
that is exactly what you're doing. That's so clearly and obviously what you're doing.
How is JStock rated? He's not.
I don't understand how you can.
I'm just done with Peter. I spent 2 hours reading the article in order to watch his video. Frankie, I have nowhere to put my mic. This is hurting my hand. We'll watch some of this, and wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're 3 numbies away from numby time, and $33 minus YouTube's 30% for any super chats. Away from the goal. If we get the goal by the time that I'm sick of watching this, then we will watch the Americans in Discord after this. Otherwise, I'll be back tomorrow.
Interpret things that I'm doing, but you can't actually like interpret questions that I ask you.
Oh my God. Because listen, when you ask me a question like, are they an ally? You're trying to bring in loaded language, right? And so I ask you what you mean by ally, and you're like, what's your definition? I tell you, my definition of ally.
This is about someone said this is about whether or not Stalin was ever an ally of the US.
Used generically is aligned on a particular goal, right? The way that Stalin was an ally of America, correct? Agreed?
What?
Was Stalin an ally of the United States of America in World War II?
Oh, this is where it started.
I don't think he was.
Post Barbarossa? Yeah.
What?
So he was an ally with respect to the goal of, both in the sense of a formal alliance at some point, but also in the sense of they shared a goal to defeat the Nazis. Correct?
Yeah, but I don't think that makes you an ally. Not at all.
Depends what you mean by ally, right?
No, that doesn't make you an ally.
No.
There's a very broad term, there's a very broad sense, like an idea about what an ally is.
So what's the definition then? You're making a claim now about what the term means.
So do you,
So what's your
again, I'm gonna go
definition of
back, I'm
ally?
gonna go back, I'm gonna go
My
back to the
definition?
beginning. I'm gonna go back to the beginning of the conversation where
Yeah.
we said context, right? So we're using context clues to describe, to use the word in context. So like, for example, if I were to use the word run, what does the word run mean?
Depends in what sense.
Right. It depends on what sense you're using context. So if I use the word ally in terms of
Yeah, sometimes the context will make that
in
clear.
terms of Hassan
Sometimes
Piker, in terms of
sometimes
Hassan Piker
some-
being
some-
a DSA
yeah.
member who is going after
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
you know what's going on here, right? So
No, she
is
doesn't.
context
I
illumin-
know
is
what's
context
She knows.
Why are
illuminates-
you not letting
No, she knows something is going on here. She doesn't know what. But Hassan,
You dumb cracker bitch.
Frankie, I have nowhere to put
finish.
this down.
Because I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you do this shit. No.
I'm clarifying it
Pause.
for you.
Pause. If context helps you discern which meaning of the term ally it is that's being invoked, of course you don't need to ask the question. But when I ask the question, it's not clear from context what the person is asking. So just like now, I'll ask you, what the fuck are you asking when you ask if Hassan is an ally? What are you asking?
I'm pretty sure I've made that clear. Is
Oh,
an
really?
ally to the
Hey,
yeah, I've said it
chat,
like 5 times.
People, put in a sentence what OWLISH said she meant by the term ally.
Hi, everyone.
No one's gonna be able to do it because you didn't say anything.
I don't want to
I
cut
did.
this
I
off
said.
'cause it's
I
really
said.
funny.
And you
Okay,
know, I did.
but
I actually said that
we're here.
he
We're
is
live.
an
Oh
ally.
my
I'm gonna
God.
write it down. An ally, insofar
Okay, hold on.
as being
Okay, 2 seconds. I'm gonna cut it off for 2 seconds.
Representation.
I'm here. I'm just getting ready for stream for like
No,
2
what
seconds,
does
so I'm gonna let this play.
No, what is?
But
okay,
hello,
so ally
we're here.
means
We're
you
covering
represent the
stuff.
party.
an ally, insofar as being a
What does ally mean?
good
So
representative.
okay, so there's a word here, right? The word is ally. I'm asking you directly. What do you mean by the word ally?
I think I've
Oh.
I've defined it for you many times. And again, this is exactly the reason why I had an issue with what you do, because you're doing this. So like, this is like basically proving my point that all you want to do is like debate pedantry. You don't actually want to have a conversation.
I do want to have a conversation, and that's why I'm asking you very clearly what you mean when you ask this. Clearly, this term matters to you. The
Here we
term
go.
matters to you, right? This is a key term, right? You're asking me about it. I'm not asking you to redefine the English language. I'm not asking you to,
How's that?
justify the origin of a term. I'm just asking you personally what the fuck you're asking me. Why is that bad faith? It would be bad faith for me.
It is pretty bad.
It would be bad faith for me to answer the question genuinely uncertain
Whoa.
about what you're asking. You get that, right?
Hold on a sec.
Okay.
Hold on. I
feel like I'm
she's
taking
getting
crazy
instructions.
pills.
She's getting instructions.
Maybe you are.
Just say,
I
hey,
mean-
instructions.
ally means ... That's how the form of your answer
Remember,
should take. Ally means X. That's how it
Well,
should be.
that's why I asked for us to agree on a definition we did at the beginning. So
No, but
is
no. But we clearly are not, because we keep running into problems where you're rejecting the notion, either implicitly or by your questions.
So are you arguing with me right now over the definition of a word?
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm not. I'm literally not.
No,
I'm
we agreed
asking
on a
you
definition,
to provide
and
what
now you are going back on it,
asking, right?
because you
I'm
are
not
dumb.
saying that there's a correct definition. I'm just asking what you are invoking. So I'm not
Are
arguing
you
about the.
asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you to clarify what you're asking.
You are misspeaking.
Is Hassan Piker
Pisco speaks too
an
formally
ally
now.
insofar
Tough.
as being a good representation of the Democratic Party?
Is that what ally means? Being a good representation of a Democratic Party?
It is in this word. It is in this phrase or this sentence. it
Okay.
is.
So the answer is no, and the reason it's no is because it is not. He's not like a median
now,
or
if that's
average
the
Democratic
ally
person.
you're
He doesn't
looking at,
represent the central nucleus of the
that is
ideology.
actually
I would
terrible
argue
for a bunch of people.
Most people who would refer to themselves as Democrats, and therefore he's not a good representation. That's just a very trivial answer, and there's no controversy there, right? It's just
So
like very
by-
clear. It's a very clear question and a very clear answer. So there's no problem.
So now the question's clear. I've asked this question 15
It's
times.
clear
now,
when
but
you just
now
define your
it's
term.
clear.
Yeah, when you define your term, it's very clear. That's why I ask, right? Because and
How many times have I asked this question? And
no,
you suddenly-
no. Don't try it. Don't fucking try it.
Try what?
No,
like
you
point out that you just like
began-
all of a sudden
No,
like had
no,
like this
no, no, no.
Einstein
No,
like
it's not Einstein anything.
amazing moment.
No, first of all, we've
Oh,
already
God.
had this exchange. I don't know if you forgot, but you initially invoked
This is the
two different
kind of, like,
concepts of allyship.
lockout that's been
the first
totally
being
ground out
good
of this
representation,
space,
and the second
and they're
being
starting to
whether
come
they
back.
are a Democrat.
It sucks
And I
that I have
answered
to
both of those
listen.
already.
No,
so there's
that
no-
was just
so-
a
so
definition. I mean,
there's
that
no-
wasn't a
there's no
definition.
you're-
That was just a word. That was just a question I asked.
Well, I assume that
Now
you were
they're
applying that to
coming back.
ally. Were you not?
No, I was just asking. I
okay.
was just asking, is he a Democrat?
Okay, so that's
Yes or no?
So that's a different question than are they an ally, right?
Yes, is he a
Okay.
Democrat?
So those it's not entailed, right? That when you ask are they an ally, you're asking are they a Democrat, correct?
No, those are
Okay.
two separate questions.
Beautiful.
Two separate questions.
So what's the issue then, Alish? Because when you clarified, no problem. I answered it right away.
I'm grossed out by the fact that there's still women who orbit destiny. Listen, aside from the fact that they recruited women who I don't know if they are able to take care of themselves. Like, I don't know if they're able to live independently. Kelly Jean's back too. Isn't that awesome? Kelly Jean just sucks. She's just a fucking bad person, man. It's pathetic.
Did you so can you go ahead and refer to the title of the
Debate about
Twitter
debates
space?
with Alish.
Debate about debates with Alish. So what are you doing right now?
I don't know. Talking to you?
You're debating about definitions.
Is Food Shot's really a woman?
Of words.
Yes.
You're not tracking,
you probably did
right?
ban her.
I'm not
I just
fighting
like
you on
Twitter
this.
Spaces,
Did you hear me
man.
be like, that's the wrong definition of ally? That's not correct. Did you hear me do that?
Right, but you keep disagreeing with the way I'm using it in context of a sentence. Like I had to restate the question like 6 times. No, actually I had to restate it way more than that. But it seems like
Now you're
it seems like
confabulating.
you're resigned. It seems like you're very resigned to answer a question. So let me go piece by piece here.
Resign.
Would it
Resign.
That is the
would it
opposite. That's not what
necessarily
resign means.
be
Shut up.
Resigned to answer
J-Sock.
questions would mean he's
Hassan
answering a
Shut
lot of
up.
questions and
Not
he's
an ally.
Shut up, J-Sock. You dumb ass bitch. You know what? Was this it? Wait. What is happening? I thought that this was the other option to look at. Shit. I just don't want to listen to J-Stock's stupid fucking voice. But I guess that's
resigned.
how it is.
He's not going to go back on that.
He is a good representation. We already established that is
Uh-huh.
a no. We already established that is a no.
Yeah.
Why should we then, as Democrats, vote for anybody he endorses?
Because there's no entailment that we shouldn't, right? There's nothing that you presented that would motivate us not to. So for example, I'll give you an example, right? You would agree on your notion Liz Cheney is not an ally. She's not a good representation of the Democratic Party, correct? Yes or no?
You would have to give me
Come on, you have to give me that
Oh
one.
my
Liz Cheney is
God.
not a good representation of the Democratic Party.
I'm asking you about Hassan
No.
Piker and
I'm demonstrating. I'm demonstrating why
He doesn't know who
follow
Liz
what
Cheney
you
is.
just
That's the
said
problem,
By
Pisco.
giving you an example, right? It doesn't follow that because they're not a good representation that we shouldn't vote for whoever they endorse. That does not follow. And the way I'm showing that is with an example. So I'll ask again: is Liz
But
Cheney?
he's running,
Wait,
but
I'll
he's-
ask again, and I'm not going to get distracted. Is Liz Cheney a good representation of the Democratic Party? Yes or no?
No.
She endorsed Kamala Harris, didn't she?
Specific definition.
All right, since I know nothing of importance is going to be said in the next 10 seconds, one, but beer is vegetarian. Two, guys, if you and partner, if you want to switch over to Twitch.
That
Yeah, we
if you
share
have
the
your
goal.
own self,
The goal
if you
is
have
to
an
elect
own
Al Sayed.
self-motivation, if you have your own self-motivation, if you're self-motivated towards a
Those are
specific,
different
specific-
goals.
Yeah, he does have a different goal.
No.
doesn't he?
The milk example. In the milk example, one
Pisco's
person
not
wants
live
milk
right now?
Harris, and the other person
There-
wants
He's
milk
just
with their
doing
own
this for the love of the game.
Hassan
No, he's not.
wants him elected for his use.
Yeah, but we both want him elected.
Pisco.
You don't want me to
Pisco
buy the
just
milk.
wants to argue
I
with
want to buy
Alex.
the milk.
Use.
So, okay, so here's the very easy thing, right?
I don't know who's worse, actually.
Yeah.
And so should we not vote for Kamala Harris because someone who's not an ally endorsed her?
Ugh. They're both
Yes, we should.
annoying.
So we should. So it's not entailed, in other words, your rule that you just crafted, that because someone who's not an ally on your notion of ally endorses a candidate, that we therefore shouldn't support the candidate they endorse.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
was she representing Kamala Harris?
No.
Right. And what is
So now you're adding new
Hassan
conditions.
doing?
So now you're adding
What
new
is Hassan
So now
doing?
you're
What is
adding
Hassan
so now
doing?
you're adding new
What is
conditions.
Hassan
So
doing?
now you're adding new conditions.
Listen,
In other words,
you just
in
did a
other
false
words,
equivocation. That's what we in the
so in
that's
other
what
words,
we in the industry call a false
so in
equivocation.
other words,
Objection.
knowing someone's not an ally on that notion isn't enough to know that we shouldn't support whoever they endorse, right? There's something else that's doing work here.
Do we have to define the word ally again? Are you good on that, or
No,
what?
it just seems like not a very useful word to like motivate our action. It doesn't really seem to do anything.
But
Who cares?
I think we also agreed. I think we also agreed that Hassan Piker isn't even a Democrat, right?
Yeah, so wait, I'll ask the question: is Liz Cheney a Democrat?
I actually don't know if she is.
Bro.
I think so.
She might be an independent now, but certainly there are some independents.
No, she's a Republican.
I know she was a Republican for sure.
She doesn't even know. Again, they are not putting. Listen, I compared Owlish to that picture, this picture that I saw of these two like skinny, like scrawny looking 18-year-old-ish ICE agents that looked like children, like dressing up, wandering around. That's Owlish. Owlish is an untrained ICE agent. That's, yeah.
I don't know what her current status is, but at the relevant time of the election,
But you know, with bad intentions in her heart, obviously.
she was a Republican, right?
Which is, you know, you can't be an ICE and not have bad intentions, obviously.
I think there's something to be said that like a Republican would actually endorse Kamala Harris and not somebody who is representing other members of the Democratic Party. I think that there's a lot to be said about that.
Like derail, like who cares? Like that. Yeah, it might be.
I think a lot.
It might be of note.
First
Yeah,
of all,
it's
I
of
think
note.
a lot
Yeah,
of
it's of
people
note.
care.
It's of note. Yes,
I
it's of
think a
note.
lot
Yeah.
of people care.
It's of note. Yeah. So.
So I'm having a hard time understanding why we, as a Democratic Party, should be putting Hassan Piker on the forefront of anything.
Who
other
said we
than,
should?
like,
I don't think we should.
I don't know, you
Literally
seem to be
no,
doing a lot of sweeping.
not a single person has said that. I don't think anyone is trying to make Hassan a mainstream median Democrat.
Honestly,
I think
like,
you're
you can't seem to
I
give.
think you're just deranged. What do you mean?
True.
When have you heard me say Hassan Piker should be at the forefront of everything we do?
So do you know that this is something that Trump does is when he is disagreeing with somebody, instead of actually like having a disagreement, he has to resort to petty insults, such as calling somebody deranged for no good reason?
No, you are deranged, at best. Because, you know, the deranged is giving you the option to not just be completely incapable of processing information. You know what I mean? You can be deranged, and also like have a fully formed, you know, consciousness.
The reason I say it's deranged. Okay. Are you really upset that I said deranged? I'm saying there's just
I'm not
there's
upset, I'm
nothing
just-
I
I'm
have
just-
said that's like Hassan should be at the forefront. Where are you getting that? That's like make believe.
But he is, and you don't seem to have anything negative to say.
He
about it,
is?
right?
Says you. Says you. What are you talking about?
Right. So do you think that we should vote for
El Sayed?
Abdul?
Yeah.
Why?
and so-
Why?
Because I want him to win over Mike Rogers.
No. I meant in the original.
She
election.
doesn't understand. Like, I think honestly, it's so interesting. She's like, okay, this is what I'm visualizing. Okay, let's say that you know, you have like a video editor. I like using Filmora, not sponsored, but that's what I use on the rare occasion I edit something. But just imagine, like, so I would consider it like Owlish is like the application of a filter onto the video. You know what I mean? I feel like you can take Owlish, like Wick is the video editor, and Owlish is like, you know, the windowed projector that is having different filters placed onto it, so you can like see the effects, you know, and they're kind of wonky. Does that make sense? Owlish is interesting because she has the inflection and cadence of a smart person, but she isn't. She's like a philosophical zombie sort of simulacra. I think that she is I think that she is very maybe what it is, maybe it's not that she sounds like a smart person, it's just she sounds smarter than like the contents of her words. Like, she's just so stupid, it's, you don't normally hear someone be so nonsense. You know what I mean? Like, she learned how to sound like an informed person without learning anything. Oh, that's completely the grooming. That's the grooming. Those are the filters. Those are the applications. You know? She's been to boot camp. You know, like I said, she's a poorly trained, untrained ICE agent. Yes. And I imagine food shops and the other neo orbiters, where she's just trying to match. She's trying to match shape, match tone. You know? Like, she doesn't understand what the words mean. She's making the sounds and trying to make the right sounds at the right time in relation to other sounds. But she doesn't understand what's being said, so, you know? Fluid shop, oh my god.
Why over Stevens?
Oh, in the primary?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because I thought that he was going to be better in terms of potential votes on court expansion. I think that he'd be better on the Iran war. So yeah, that's why.
You think he'd be better on the Iran war?
Yeah, be more against it.
Okay.
That's why, if you're asking me. And I didn't really see
I don't think anybody is for the war.
What?
I didn't say that Haley Stevens was for the war.
Well, then why? Okay, so then what's the point of saying that?
There's a bunch of votes that are like...
Like, when she asks, what's the point of saying that? She wants you to know. Give her something. It's like, she's got these flashcards. I say this when it comes to, like, you know, fundamentalists, Christianity, you know, like there are, like, you know, someone says this thing and you respond with this thing. You know? It's like having, you know, flashcards. Someone says this, you respond with that. That trumps that. Rock, paper, scissors. You know, like, she's trying to, like, give me something I have a response for. She's trying to, like, cram him into, you know, a specific kind of thing that she has a rebuttal for. Kind of. Why is Wick Hutch Owlish trying so hard to make Pisco say Hassan bad? Because that is a part of, that is a requirement to be a part of the group. Because the story is, Hassan had, every reasonable, quote-unquote, person, everyone around them has to uniformly agree that Hassan is bad, so that they aren't having to defend why he's bad all the time. If everyone is like, yeah, obviously Hassan is bad, then they can just, you know, never be challenged. But Pisco challenges them. Seeing what picture?
Close related to the Iran war, but aren't the war, where I think he'd be stronger. For example, funding,
like, none of the things she's saying means anything to her. She's just trying to shove the pieces together.
example,
Oh,
votes on
J-Stone.
potential drastic congressional action,
Yeah.
impeachment votes related to the
For
war.
what?
Haley Stevens,
It's Destiny's face skin.
sorry.
Since he is still forever spiritually DGG.
know exactly
for
what
what?
with respect to the
on
war.
that vote.
So then why did you bring it up?
She would.
Because that's an issue that matters to me. The Iran war really matters to me.
Right, and it seems
I
like
should- I
Stevens
should
would have
get
done
my
the
hand
same
up for
thing.
I'm not convinced of
So
that.
Why, Abdul?
I'm not convinced
You're
of that.
not. You're not. What do you think? She's lying?
I'm not saying that she's lying. I'm just saying I just think all else equal, he seems to have more fiery rhetoric, more against the Iran war than she does. And she is.
Why?
Just based on what I saw, I can't at this moment. I'm not going
Shit,
to
soy
be able
pills
to
here.
produce it to you in real time, but that was my impression, as well as the
That was your.
yeah, that's my impression based on their relative campaign pages, their different speeches, their conversations.
Yeah, I don't know how you're interpreting that, and you're making this like very strong interpretation of
Okay, but
something.
this is neither
based
here
on,
nor
based
there,
on,
right?
Yeah.
based
Like
on
this-
mouthfeel.
so-
Based
so-
on
so
mouthfeel.
we're-
Based on mouthfeel. She is just project. She doesn't know what any of the word means. She doesn't know any of the words. She doesn't know what anything means. She doesn't know what's going on. All she knows is that she needs to look at Pisco and be like, no, you. No, you actually. Actually, no, you.
We're
do you
not.
think?
We're not supposed to be here having a conversation about the thing
But
itself,
you
right?
can't have a
Wait, we're not-
conversation, but you can't.
Yo,
This is where this is. I originally made this Destiny face mask for Mr. Girl.
You can't agree
hey,
to a
hey,
definition.
Chill, right? So we're not here to talk.
Right?
So we are fine using your
Mouthfeel
definition
is a
of ally. It
Yes,
just
mouthfeel is a culinary term. Is that something that Destiny says?
seems like quite trivial. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Ally means good representative. On that notion, yeah, Hassan is not an ally on that notion. But like, what's the so what of it? The reason why you're having issues right now is what you want to do is bake into your definition of ally
Oh, guys,
some
there's
other
a
prescription
totally a
that you
blast
haven't done the
tweet
work for,
pinned
and
in
you
both
haven't
chats.
prepared for.
Like the
That's
blast
what's
off
going
tweet.
on.
Retweet the blast off tweet.
It sounds like
Comment
you're
on the
writing a
blast off
fan
tweet.
fiction,
Links
so
to
I'd
the
like to
stream.
hear
It
the next
helps.
part.
It helps a lot.
Well, I guess what's your issue with how I approach these conversations? You seem very exasperated.
Yeah, and you just proved pretty much exactly why I'm exasperated, because I think it's very clear about what I'm asking and what
Oh wait, what was ContraPoints? What did ContraPoints say about mouthfeel?
you're doing is you're being ignorant to any of the
did he
facts
delete?
until they align exactly. Part.
It helps a lot.
Well, I guess what's your issue with how I approach these conversations? You seem very exasperated.
Yeah, and you just proved pretty much exactly why I'm exasperated, because I think it's very clear about what I'm asking and what you're doing is you're being ignorant.
Why did he delete that? Total Hassan derangement continues. Siren. Israel First Dem coalition slowly realizing they've missed. Hutch attacks Kalinsky. I don't know why he deleted that.
Pretty much exactly why I'm exasperated.
Oh, she said Gok has a different mouthfeel than cock. Okay. First time I heard someone say mouthfeel is pre-transition philosophy tube talking about the penis of a trans woman feels different. Oh, is that when philosophy tube was like stealing things from ContraPoints?
Because I think it's very clear about what I'm asking and what you're doing is you're being ignorant to any of the facts until they.
And I mean, could be philosophy tube, could be, but also I know philosophy tube was like stalking ContraPoints or something weird happened. I don't remember.
Line exactly with what you want the conversation to go. Like you kind of want to railroad the conversation to be in such a way where you
I kind of just
quote,
want
unquote,
to
win instead
I
of
feel like-
actually like coming to an understanding,
shut
because
up,
not every
shut up,
single
Owlish.
conversation has to end
No,
with
Well,
Owlish
something.
is
to understand
Owlish
someone
is incapable of
and
having
what they
a
mean,
Shut up,
and to like have some
J-Stock.
sort of mutual understanding, I need to like know what they're saying. So would it surprise you to know that Hutch gave a completely different account for allyship than you did?
I don't really care.
Well, you probably
Why-
should.
why are you
If it's
invoking-
so
why are you
obvious,
invoking
I'll tell
Hutch?
you why I'm invoking Hutch. If it's so obvious and everyone knows exactly what they mean when they say the term ally, then why did you have a completely fucking different notion than Hutch?
Because I'm not Hutch, maybe?
So maybe I need to ask someone what they mean.
But
when
you're
I'm having these
arguing it's clear to
conversations because there's no
everybody,
shared
so
notion.
everybody would have the
There's
same
no one
definition.
I asked you a very direct question, by the way.
What was the direct question?
I would say, you know, just brief, casual thought. I think that, you know, it would make sense. Your skin's supposed to get softer on hormones or something, you know? Okay. I don't know why. I don't know why there would be talk of mouthfeel coming from Philosophy Tube or whomever. I'm very stoned and I just wanted to express that, like, that's one possible angle I could see, but I don't know why you would, I don't know why you would anyway. I don't know if that was a point or...
Do you need me to repeat it
Yes,
again?
I do.
Because
Yes, I
you
do.
don't
Yes, I do.
remember
I don't
it?
remember
Do you
it.
not remember
No, I
it,
don't
or
remember.
do you...
What was your question?
I said,
Those
is
are potentially
Hassan
criminals
Piker
there.
an ally insofar as being a good representative of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, and I said no.
I think that, so my definition there was confusing to you?
No, it's not confusing. I
Or
understand it.
You understand
Yeah,
it.
but
How
it's
long
confusing.
did
Fancy
it take
stuff
for
good,
you?
No,
that
2
trial.
seconds.
Should I
2
go and learn
seconds.
about that
How
so I
long-
can
2
cover
seconds,
it?
but you clarified it, right? 2 seconds. I need to ask you before, because I didn't know before you
Is there
clarified.
good stuff there? Is there good beams there?
I've been saying the same thing. I have not clarified anything. I've just
Woman
repeated the
strangled
question
3
multiple
kids?
times. All of a sudden, you understand. So that's
So
that's something that
you know
you're doing
wrong,
to me,
right?
bad faith.
Because like you before was like you were refusing to define it. You're like, let's use your definition. I have a different notion of that term.
Yeah, I asked for your opinion.
Yeah, so it's not the case that you've been consistent this whole time. You've been wanting to play with different definitions, and so yeah, I don't buy. And this is all recorded, so people will be able to listen how this conversation progressed. And now you're like, this is my fixed notion. I'll just promise you, I really do promise you, that this is not a common notion that people will bring when they talk about allyship. Is the
What did Hutch say? What did Hutch say? Because I don't know.
Hutch said with respect to demonstrated value. That's what it means. An ally means demonstrated value, which is obviously a different notion than whether someone's a good representation of the party.
So we have different definitions. I don't know. Why did you even bring up Hutch? Like, was that supposed to be a gotcha or what?
It's to show
what was
you
going on?
Again, Owlish can grasp onto one single thing. And that's it. She can't connect one thing to another thing. Whatever's come before that singular thing is irrelevant. Does that make sense? So it's like she keeps asking for context for every single thing, but she can't take it to the next thought. So does that make... I don't know if you can see what I'm trying to put down.
It's not this like very intuitive notion that everyone has, and that sometimes you might need to
this
ask
person's
what
brain
they
is
mean
totally broken.
by the
It's very
question,
funny.
right?
And then I explained it, and you asked.
And then it was
what
very
that
clear.
meant. And then I explained it,
hence
and then you
why I
asked what that
asked.
meant. And then I
Hence
explained
why-
it, and you
hey,
asked what
Owlish,
that meant.
do you understand now why I asked the question then?
No.
Okay, this is like Patrick Wallet level, all right? So you understand that there are multiple plausible meanings of this term, and that even Hutch understood it differently than you, right?
Nice Trumpism.
Right? You understand that, right? Multiple plausible meanings. Hutch meant something different than you, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the context in which she said it?
See, she tried to accuse him of Trumpisms. In what way? She doesn't know. She's going by mouthfeel. Maybe I can envision food shops doing like Neo Orbiter boot camp, Destiny Defense Force boot camp for meat slags. What does the slag mean again? I decided to say meat slag instead of meat sack. I can see food shops just being like, just go with the mouthfeel, okay? Shops is currently banned from Wix Discord, DGG Discord as well. Oh, slag means slut here. Meat slut. I like meat slut too, actually. To call people meat slut. Yeah.
Our conversation, the context of our conversation. But you agree with that, and now you're like asking, then why ask the question? Well, the question answers itself. The reason you ask is precisely because there are multiple plausible meanings, and because on multiple occasions people.
I know that food shops called into Wick and was like make your mod stop, like, why let me in or whatever, your mod saying that I'm a pedophile or something, and he's just like,
People give conflicting different answers on what they mean.
Okay, so you just don't understand.
Has CGG gotten rid of food shops or something? No. I think that she's banned from Wix server. I don't know why if she would be banned from DGG or why. Unless they're getting, it'd be really funny if they just they get enough orbiters where they can drop her. Like, she's done all this recruiting for them. It's like, it's like they bring in someone new to train up new people, and then they get rid of the management, hire someone cheaper, bring up Owlish. She burned the bridge with Wick after that, instead of showing up to defend herself on her stream. Oh. She agreed and then sent him a tweet or DM. It was posted. Oh my god, that conversation with Aiden was crazy. I think it's crazy. Oh, there's so much. I apologize. My brain is very scrambled and bloodless. Food Shops was supposed to have a trial on Wick stream, about the pedophile allegations. But Lasad deployed herself upon DGG, and she is so, not even they could take up the mantle of her being an abuse victim. Destiny was trying to have fun with it, but there's literally, there was so nothing there. They just all sounded incredulous. I think it's crazy. I would think that, someone would snap that right up, and maybe she's not. I have no idea. ContraPoints was talking about it in 2 of her videos. Tiffany Tumbles and R4PISTS gay. Yeah, Darius was trying so hard. Yes.
Understand context.
That's not at all what I said. The context in that situation didn't make it clear.
It doesn't matter what you said. It's what you mean.
I don't mean that context doesn't matter, obviously. If I understand through context.
No. That's not what I said. I said you don't understand context.
I do understand context.
At all.
I understand context.
You don't.
I'll be honest.
That's ridiculous.
It's really funny just watching her not understand how to have conversations.
You're
and be very
It's so true. She can't have a conversation. She can't operate on that level.
Because you're very unclear and you're resisting because
very
you think
funny.
I'm leading you somewhere,
There's
and so
something-
you're just being oppositional for no reason.
It's like content heroin, in that I know it's bad for me. I know I'll be addicted to it, and yet I'm still here.
You don't
I'm still
think that's
here.
what you're doing? You don't think that me asking you
lighter
a
under
very
the
simple
spoon.
question multiple times in a row, in which I even asked,
I
even
answer
gave
right
you the
away.
grace.
I answer right away. I answer right away. I
You
answered right
didn't.
away.
Oh, that's bullshit.
I
Pisco.
answered
Come
right
on.
away.
That is
I
absolute
answered right.
fucking bullshit.
Yeah, when you asked, is he a good representation? I'm like, do you mean just some sort of central tendency? And I said, no, he's not a good representation on that view. It's very obvious. I answered that right away.
Some what?
Some central tendency, some median, some average, some central nucleus of representation. Do you understand?
I don't think you understand.
Okay, that's the issue.
Oh
The
my
issue is I don't
god.
understand.
See, she can't, all she can do is like reflect, like mimic. She's like a, not a mirror, but like a, what do you call it when something is like steel but then it gets all like burnished? Basically, all she can do is deflect and very, very vaguely bounce back something, Not parrot hates Taya, right? Like a week trying to bounce back the light, but yeah, no.
Yeah. Can you read the title of?
I'm trying to find the right metaphors, but
Debate about debates. You were
Hazy Lick.
supposed to raise an issue about how I debate or something, or talk about these conversations. It's so nebulous. It's so
Okay, cool.
it's too nuanced or something. It's too something. I don't know what your issue is. And
Yeah, I'm not sure. So is this like some sort of like
Sounds like the
way for
leftist
you
streamer
to
you had
like
on a while ago. Nope.
feel like you've accomplished something because you win a
no,
debate?
you commented
or...
on my. Someone said, "Fuck PISCO. I'm tired of all these fucking conversations." I was like, "Whoa, can you just like chill?" And you're like, "You make conversation bad." I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about." And then you said something else that was kind of indecipherable to me. And then I'm like, "Do you want to talk about it?" That's what happened.
It was indecipherable to you?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just gonna be honest. You're not the most clear speaker or writer.
True.
I'm not the most clear speaker or writer.
All she can do is repeat. She's repeating and she's trying to like figure out what it means.
You can just keep saying what he says back is in the form of a question.
Shut up, J-Stock.
That's a thing you could do.
Why?
Because I want to make sure that we understand each other. And that
Let me read what I wrote.
Oh god.
I said, imagine you get hung up on the word run, and then you don't want to go down, and then you want to go down the rabbit hole of all 645 meetings until you reach one that disagrees.
What? Run? This is truly like it's fascinating to, I don't know who, where, when, at what point in time, but I know that there's got to be so many people out there that would have, before the internet was a thing, people trying to study, human behavior. If they had the opportunity to witness this, I feel like, there are a lot of people who would have been very excited to, see this happening in the future and have the opportunity to observe someone like this.
With your worldview. You don't debate topics, Pisco. You debate
I don't know what the
concepts.
fuck that means. Yeah, sorry.
You don't debate topics, you debate concepts. Let's just think of everything that OWLISH says as like a self-report.
Yeah, because you're not debating the topic of Hassan. You're debating what allyship means. The topic.
The top.
You're debating
first of all,
the concept. of ally.
Yes. I hope she donates her brain to science.
First of all, the topics, there's no like set topic. I like kind of sprang this.
How dare you say that, Taya? That's very mean to say that OWLISH sounds like me.
Conversation on Hutch out of the blue. And so there's no like planned thing to talk about. But also to the extent that understanding a concept is necessary to talk about the topic, whatever that means, then clearly you need to understand the concept. Agreed? Okay, so it's actually very important, you would agree, to know the fucking concept, right?
Yeah, but you make the
Okay, so then
entire
what's the fucking
conversation
issue then?
about
What's the problem?
well, again, you make the entire conversation about the concept and not the
To
topic
the
because the
extent
bulk of
that
the
it's
conversation.
necessary and no further. If I don't know what you're asking, I'm gonna ask what you mean. That's the most like sensible thing in the world. And you're like, don't do that.
Just the basic. She can't conceptualize communication. I think that she perhaps also she doesn't realize that she's supposed to pretend to be trying to communicate. Like, I think that she's just extremely, like, transparent. Is this a contest to see who can claim Hassan the least? Yes. Well, it's specifically PISCO. PISCO is the target from all of them because everyone else is on Hassan bad 100% of the time. And PISCO is like, Hassan bad when Hassan bad. It's not that big of a deal.
I can do that. What are you talking?
Someone in JSOC's chat said, do you think Pisco realizes that Outlish is just female Hutch? Yes. I would say that, but like, if Hutch, I don't know, you know, if Hutch fell off the wagon, had a terrible circumstance where his brain lost oxygen for too long, then he would be like Owlish. Then Owlish would be on the same level. But like, I would say that Owlish is more stupid than Hutch even.
Talking about?
Do you recognize we haven't been able to move on past this to actually discuss why Hassan Piker is bad for the Democratic Party overall? Because you're still hung up on concepts.
No, why not say that instead of ally? Is Hassan? Because this is what happens. Okay, now I'll tell you the real answer. Because when you say, is Hassan bad for the Democratic Party?
They're obsessed with Hassan without realizing that this obsession only makes him more permanent and visible in their presence in their minds. Yes. Do you think Hassan knew how much of a national shitstorm it would make when he did the 9/11 comments? No, but I think maybe a part of him, I think he probably hoped. I think he probably enjoyed, you know. He knows what he does. Means it's working. But it's because of the obsession of these guys and the deflection that Hassan is such a thing. If people didn't hate him so much, he would not be where he is today.
I'm like, well, are you asking like whether he motivates voters not to vote for Democrats? I don't know about that. That sounds like an empirical thing. And then you guys don't really have any evidence. And so then it's like, oh, we don't want to do that. Okay, shit. Then what's being bad mean there? Just like bad ideas? Okay, I'll grant that. Pisco will grant that. So instead of being clear, we'll just keep it vague.
Oh, you guys should be
by
psyched
using
that I was
terms like
muted.
ally in
I
the
was just
tent
cutting
in
him
the
off.
coalition, and we'll just get angry when Pisco tries
Good,
to bring
mute
clarity.
yourself.
That is what's going on.
So, did you understand the first question?
You've asked what are your first question? The question about is he a Democrat?
No, the question about him being an ally insofar that he's a good
Yes,
representation.
I
of
now
the
understand.
Democratic Party. Did you understand? So you don't understand the inverse of that question.
Whether he's whether he's a good or bad representation, he could also be useful. I'm not saying he is. He could be. They're not inconsistent. They're not mutually inconsistent ideas. Someone could be not a good representation,
do understand,
but also useful, or also like Joe Rogan might be useful, even though he's not a good representative of the Democratic Party.
He's not yeah.
What is the word? What do you mean by useful?
To whatever purpose, right? Instrumental to an end. Do I have to explain? I know the other day I had to like explain more, less, and equal to. Do I need to explain like a purpose and something that
more, less, or equal to? He had to explain the difference between someone something being more, less, or equal to. This is fucking crazy. Okay, it's been over 4 hours. I think that we will watch like another 10 minutes, and if we get the goal by then, we will watch The Americans. If not, then I'll just be back tomorrow. Does that work? Does that make sense? Cool.
Useful to an end.
PISCO, that is absolutely hilarious. When I had to explain every single concept of what allyship was to you, and you're getting mad that you need to define a word.
I'm not telling you that I'm mad I didn't find it, but most people have a shared notion of what like a purpose is, some sort of conscious object that might even be a primitive.
Fucking J-Stock, why are you so annoying? Ever since J-Stock's been on notice, I've just noticed how fucking annoying he is, man. You know? Like, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, and I think maybe before it was just, you know, since, like, I didn't have anything against him, it was just kind of like I ignored how annoying he is out of, like, you know, embarrassment for him. You know what I mean? Like, he's just... There's no difference. Like, he is still spiritually DGG forever. He's just one of them. And he's just, I don't know. But basically, I don't know. You know, like, sometimes I'll just, like, tune it off. If someone's just, like, embarrassingly annoying, but there's no, like, issue with them, then I'm like, why am I going to give them a hard time? And why am I going to dwell on it? But him listening to J-Stalk contribute nothing but noise over top of this thing that we are trying to watch, that we have no other way to watch other than J-Stalk. There's a soundboard clip. No, it's not a soundboard clip. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to show you. It's not just a soundboard clip. It's
Most people have a concept. Absolutely hilarious when I had to explain every single concept of what allyship was to you, and you're getting mad that you need to define a word.
I'm not telling you that I'm mad I didn't find it, but
thanks for the raid, Lucy.
Most people have a shared notion of what like a purpose is, some sort of conscious object that might even be a primitive.
And most people have a concept of what the context is in a conversation.
So actually, no, right? And I just proved that, right?
No.
Well, I at least proved that you and Hutch don't have the same notion.
Okay.
He's like a right-leaning libertarian guy. He holds a lot of positions. He does purely because he's against Destiny. He's just doing the same thing they do, but about Destiny instead of Hassan. I remember Queeman saying how he had to, like, explain to J-Stalk how Israel is the bad guys. Or something. I can't remember. But yeah, that was very irritating to happen on the screen. But yeah, the whole, like, sabasexual thing. I thought that was interesting that Destiny didn't bite when Aiden brought that up. You know, J-Stalk, I have a feeling, you know, I'm not in any rush. Not in any rush. But I think that he should really talk to Aiden. I feel like this being more long and drawn out, it's just not going to be good. Hey, Chris Lettuce. J-Stalk's being very annoying and contributing nothing, but he's the only place I can listen to this to.
Jessica Pissel Pussy Lips. How about that? How's that grab you?
Oh my god, is she
Was she here for that?
Wait, how is that better?
That's
We're naming
disgusting.
someone specific pussy. Okay.
Jessica, do you still want me to lick your pussy? It's kind of like.
I agree, almost as irritating as this kek.
Thank you so much, Peter, for the $33 and the final numbies. It is numby time. I will play this while I get the numby queen. Thank you, thank you. Hassan has been liking JStock's tweets a few times. I don't think he knows anything about JStock, just that, you know, he's enemies with Destiny. And I'm sure eventually JStock will be exposed, and then, you know, everyone will also know that he's just also, you know, a freak. Okay, let me get the numby queen.
I'm not Hutch again.
And in our
right, and
definitions, you recognize that there's multiple plausible meanings.
She wishes.
Including one that's more specific to states, including an ally with respect to a given purpose, including an ally in a general like friend sense. Yeah. So like,
that's why I asked a very specific question.
whereas like
I didn't just yell the word
someone's purpose.
Did I just
feel like
yell
that's
the word
pretty,
ally? Did I just yell the word ally and say go, and then ask you to figure it out, or did I ask
pretty
a very
much you
specific
did
question?
until I pushed you.
What, are we listening? Are we having the same conversation? Like, who have you been talking to the last 25 minutes or 40 minutes?
Pretty much
where
you.
I wasn't asking, where I was asking the same question over and over.
Okay, let's start fresh. I'm willing to start fresh. Do you want to start fresh? Let's start fresh.
No, you already answered it.
All right, let's start fresh. What's your issue with how I talk to people?
My issue with how you talk to people is that instead of focusing on the topic, you focus on concepts.
But if in the course of talking about a topic, I need to understand what someone's saying, clearly it's relevant. And by the way, you know, in that conversation with Hutch, he like realized there was an issue with the concept he was invoking. Did you watch that debate where he was like, where I asked him, hey, are you sure that by ally you mean demonstrated value? And he's like, yep. And I'm like, well, what about Joe Biden? He's like, ugh, I guess that might be an issue with my logic. Do you remember when that happened?
No.
Okay, well, I encourage you to go to the discussion where that happens, right? And what does that show?
Why?
Because it shows that what I'm doing is effective, and that's why it's pissing you off. It's showing that some of these concepts are maybe not totally fleshed out.
Thank you.
Bro, I don't care
that
about
is why
the
we have to talk about
conversation you had
concepts,
with Hutch.
because
This is a conversation
you
with me.
are really angry at this
If
person.
you want to have a
Are you not
conversation,
commenting on that
you
like
are like
unhinged
personally
Kiwi's
spiteful
post about me,
and you are
like,
using
trying to
these
say that
concepts
she's
or
the
these
queen for saying
definitions
what
for
she
concepts
said?
to smuggle things in.
Isn't that kind of what you're doing?
What are you talking about? Kiwis?
Mantis. Did you see what I was? You responded to my post.
Yes, I responded to that.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Kiwi is a term
because
for
I
a
agree.
person from New Zealand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you agree with that, right? You know that post was about my conversation with Hutch, right?
Yeah, I imagine that it was.
Sorry for bringing up the Hutch conversation. I thought it would be relevant. I thought that would be important context.
You're acting like me and Hutch are the same person.
No, I'm not. I'm literally doing the opposite, saying you're different people with different notions, and I'm highlighting the fact that you are being different people diverge on notions.
Then why did you ask me if I knew that Hutch had a different definition, as if it was relevant? If we're different people talking about different things.
Because it was relevant. Why did I bring it up? And you're like, as if it was relevant? Yeah, because it was relevant. It was relevant to bring it up.
So are we going to argue about the word relevant now? What is relevant?
By relevant, I mean
Okay, ready? Hey tipster, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Numbies, 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 give me your numbies, girl. Numbies, 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 give me your numbies, girl. I need your numbies right now. If you give them, you get paste as a treat. Oh. She's like overwhelmed with the amount of them. Yes, 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 yes. Aw, baby. Look at this little Numby queen. But yeah, J Stocks Day will come. What I've learned that, you know, everyone's day will come if you've been doing some crazy shit and it's been swept someday, eventually. Very messy. It's all over her face. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Look at this baby. Look at this tummy. Good baby. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, baby. You want to stay here? She's just sitting.
Has a tendency to increase or lower the credence.
Now she's leaving. Okay. I'm just gonna rinse the paste off my hands real quick.
Of a fact of consequence. That's what I mean by relevant.
Yeah, that didn't really make sense. Can you explain it again?
Well, I take that to be a kind of primitive. You either get it or you don't. That one. You don't.
Really?
So you're presenting
I'm
as
being
though
primitive.
allyship is just as inscrutable as the notion of relevance that I just provided.
Yeah, it seems kind of inscrutable to me because it seems like you're using relevance. It seems like you're using relevance in a way that I disagree with.
Okay. Well, okay. Then what's the? Do you understand what I just said, regardless of whether relevant the term is applied to it?
No, I just don't understand the way you're using it.
Do you know what it means to make something more likely?
No, I don't know what that means either.
Okay. So you don't know what more means. So I guess it was too much to assume that you knew what more likely meant, because you don't even understand what more means. Remember when I asked?
No, I don't
you're
understand
like,
what that
does it mean to invest more? What's more?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, and I was
You're gonna
like,
have to explain
you know, like it's kind of hard for me to explain more, less, equal. So I guess it was a bit much to assume more likely. Like that's clearly the next step. That's lesson 2, I guess.
Yeah, you're gonna have to explain that to me again because I'm kind of lost. What does that mean?
Do you know when you have one apple?
I don't know anything about apples. What is an apple?
See, this is your little meta performance. And you actually think this is what I do. It's crazy. It's actually like, I don't know who.
Damn it.
Oh, I don't know who.
No. I
Who
spilled
is
all
it
the
that got this
paste
mind
out.
virus, this PISCO derangent syndrome in your head?
He is like
It
looking.
was me, Pisco.
Baby, no.
A conversation
No,
with you
no,
and it
no.
basically turned into
Don't
this.
fall
So
down.
I think it's every single person who has this conversation with you.
Oh, you mean the conversation we had on stream? That was my fault? The doctor conversation?
Your fault. What do you? I didn't say it
The
was your
reason that we
fault.
got into whether or not it was a comma versus an M dash, whether or not it was a doctor versus a MD and dancing,
Sorry
that
for
was my
tormenting
fault.
you,
That was my lack of
Frankie.
communication skills.
Okay, guys.
No, Pisco. I'm just saying in general.
So
Okay, thank you so much, Peter, for the final numbies and the rest of the goal content. Okay, we have Frankie. I would like to put my mic down. We now it was fun while it lasted. But Kick is cracking down on copyright. So we will be watching the watch party in Discord if you, whoa. If we don't know you very well, then you'll get a special day pass role. But you can join the Discord, put your username in the newcomers room. You'll get a role, and then you will be able to join this room after you get a role. Because we're gonna watch the Americans. Thank you to Peter for boosting the Discord so that way we are able to what is this? We're able to stream in HD. Let me... Okay, please like the stream. And if you are not on YouTube and you don't mind liking the stream, here it is for you. Let me say thank you to Peter for the 33 Kagod, for the 2 President Sunday Destiny Impression Gamba, and as well as Commodore. Mobbins for the $5 super chat, and Peter for the $20. Psychars and Sidonia for 20 months as a gender person. Very base and extremely pog. If you have not caught up on the Americans, you can do so on my Patreon. Thanks to my paid patrons, all of my content on Patreon is at free tier. So you can catch up here. Cool. And let's see where I will send everyone else to. Here's the kick link. See who's live. Jordy. Send you to Jordy on YouTube and Twitch. And I'll be back tomorrow. Great. And I apologize if I have forgotten anything. I do not know. I'm uncertain. I think. Cool. Okay. Actually, why am I sending people to Kick? We're going to Discord. That's very silly. Okay, I'll raid on Kick too. Yeah, go to Discord. Okay?